All right. Well, welcome everyone. Love to welcome you to our P21 User Summit for 2023. We've been doing these now basically one a year for the past couple of years since the pandemic started. So we're glad that you can join us today. Spent a lot of time getting this event put together. Really excited for the itinerary and all the guests we have will be speaking today. And I think that the whole spirit of this is just sharing information and trying to extend that whole user group feeling to our broader community, both customers, friends, and otherwise. So thank you for your time today. Really appreciate it. We know your time is valuable, so we're going to try to give you some good information about the Prophet 21 application to take home with you. So glad to have you here today. That said, let's get ourselves going. Let's give you just a quick little blurb for those of you who don't know the Estes Group too much, and to let you know what we're up to and what we're all about. Estes, we're a Epicor firm that's been working in the Epicor space for almost 20 years now. Started off with Kinetic and got ourselves involved in Prophet 21 over the years. And now we've kind of moved into the place where we're doing some managed services and Epicor hosting along with that. So we do Prophet 21 hosting, Epicor, Kinetic hosting. We do also the managed IT services that come along with the hosting and consulting services that we have. And we still do the classic consulting, ERP implementations, application-based, companies who need to optimize what they have or fine-tune what they have. We work with those folks as well. So that said, let's get on into the agenda for today. So we got a good agenda today. I'm going to be covering a lot of areas of the application. We're going to be kicking off today with Brent Merritt giving a session on P21 architecture. After that, we're going to be having Ayshwarya from DCKAP will be jumping in to talk about automation. And from there, we'll move with Andy Garrett. He'll be talking about sales automation and streamlining the sales order process inside of P21. Then Jordan Harding, our friends from Conveyance, will be giving us an introduction to P21's APIs, which should be an exciting session. And our own Brad Vandenbogard will be here to talk about SQL Server optimization and some best practices there. And coming off after that, we'll be wrapping up the session with a specific session on UI migration and the whole idea of the web UI. That's been a big topic coming out of the WUG this year. And we'll be wrapping this up with a roundtable discussion. So that's an opportunity for folks to ask us questions. We'll be pulling our P21 consultants in to have basically just a wrap session. Say, if you have questions, we'll field them. If you have friends or work colleagues who have questions, have them forward them, and we'll hit them all as they come. So looking forward to an exciting session today. And so every session is going to be following the same format. We're going to have the whole day blocked off into 1 hour blocks. Those 1 hour blocks themselves, there'll be 45 minutes dedicated to the core presentation. There'll be 10 minutes for Q&A. It should give us an opportunity to field questions and dig a little deeper with each of our guests. Then we'll have a break in between sessions to let everyone run off and take calls and do what they need to do before the next sessions. So this webinar format will have some polls that will be popping up every time. While we're at it, let's pop up the poll for this coming session here. I'll get the next poll going here, and we will launch the first poll. All right, so the question here is a kind of infrastructure question related to application deployment. And the question is, how is your P21 application deployed on-premise? Is it in like the vendor cloud, the SaaS version, or are you in your own private cloud in a data center like AWS or Azure? I'm assuming most options fall into one of the above at least, so gives you some time to do that. So other things, we have chat inside of the webinar, and we also have Q&A. So by all means, no need to save your questions for the end. You can launch them anytime, and we'll kind of hit them when we can, whether it's within the session or saving them for the end. But as questions hit you, don't hesitate to raise them as they come along. That said, let me spend a little bit of time here. Let me go ahead now and end the poll so we know where we're at. So that said, you'll see our share the results. The results of the poll looks like 60% of the attendees are on premise, 10% are in the vendor cloud or the SaaS cloud, and 30% are in a different private cloud. So that's always interesting to see how those ratios play. They differ from session to session, but it's always interested to see how that rolls. All right. Well, that said, I'd like to introduce you to one of our team members, Brent Merritt. Now, Brent's been with us for more than a year, and we plucked him out of the user community. Brent's one of our P21 technicians. He works both on the infrastructure side and on the application side, and has really been a wealth of knowledge for our team in helping solidify our delivery and handle a whole bunch of different things. He's a longtime P21 administrator, brings all that experience to the table in helping our customer base. And he has a great background in infrastructure and architecture related subjects. And that's what he's going to be speaking on today on P21 Infrastructure Best Practices. And with that, let me hand it over to you, Brent.
All right. Well, like Brad said, I've been in the P21 nomenclature for a little over, well, right at about 20 years, a little over 20 years. Matter of fact, this year was my 20th year at the WUG. I've been on both sides as a consultant and as a end user. So I feel your pain in certain things, and I also see options these days that will help solve that issue. So with that, we are going to get started. Share my screen here. Here. All right. Everybody, well, can I get notification that everybody can see my screen?
You're looking good here, Brent.
All right. So infrastructure best practices for the P21 ecosystem. We all know what that is. Some reside in the desktop version still, some reside in the web UI. Some reside on premise, some reside on cloud. It's a multitude and a collaboration with a small unity of group of P21 users, but a broad spectrum of how everyone has their system set up and the requirements for their company, whether it be ITAR, government facilities, or MRO industrial suppliers, or pipe fittings, or plumbing companies, electrical. It really, they all seem to work in the same perspective. There we go. So in the server management, you have your servers, your infrastructure, your application, change management, and server location. So your servers basically will house everything that, it's going to contain your data that allows everything to function. Your infrastructure is going to be your the way the servers are put together, the way the routers are put together, the way your end users are put together. The application is going to be your software that you're actually using, even if it's third parties. Your change management is going to be how you know what changed, when changed, and who changed it. Just in case something does go wrong, you know how to go back and take a look at it. Server location, that is a personal preference. However, in today's world, with the way that tornadoes and rain and everything else is coming to pass, I wouldn't call it the end of times, but I would say that server location is a big deal nowadays, especially depending upon where you're located, whether you're located down around Louisiana or whether you're located in Canada or up north or on the East Coast or the West Coast. It can all, the weather and everything else can affect you in that perspective. So, we'll get into the server location here shortly. So, server architecture. Most ERP solutions run in a three-tier model where you have your database, you have your application, and then you have your user interface web UI. The reason I'm not touching on the desktop version right now is because it is well on its way out, and the most current web UI is 2 years retro at this point. So the 3-tier model keeps you from basically having everything in one basket and having that basket have the bottom fall out. So depending on the size and the scale and availability that you have at your disposal, like I said, the database side of it, your SQL, your application, your middleware, and then your web app, having it on a single server, the old SBS days are not recommended in any way, shape, or form. That is that one egg, one basket, and the basket's got a hole in it. Then you're kind of just dead in the water. The way that we see a lot of end users now, to have those test environments, they'll actually have the 3 separate servers, which is 1 per tier. And really, with the new web UI, dependent on whether or not you are utilizing the wireless warehouse, the Epicor wireless warehouse, will depend on whether or not you require a 3-tier or a 2-tier. So with the 1 per tier, you've got your SQL server, then you have your middleware servers, your application, and they've actually consolidated a lot of the web UI into that middleware application. And with the wireless warehouse, the web UI, the web app, as I would say, it's a separate install. It contains an extra layer within IIS that gives a brand new interface to the scanner guns. And that just became available in 2023. So that's why I say that it's now basically a tier 2. Unless you have wireless warehouse, it would be a tier 3 model. For your test environments, depending on how large or how many instances you're looking to use for test, it is recommended to have the same set that you have in your original tier set of a SQL and a middleware. And if you have that web app server, then you would have 3 other servers just to keep it out of your production environment. You can, however, to save on licensing costs and so forth, which is not uncommon at all, to have a single server and house all of your databases on it, as long as that server has the ability with the cores, RAM, and storage space to be able to accommodate that amount of data. And then, of course, your common application servers would be the separate instances. And with the new web UI, installing instances is really a wonderful thing that they've done, because instead of having to install that desktop in multiple directories and manually doing everything, now it's what do you want to call the instance, and install. And it will automatically create the folders. It puts everything in place. And it just makes for easier management. And it's easier for your system admins to take care of upgrades and that sort of thing. It is easy to cross-contaminate the reports and other common files, because a lot of folks don't think about the fact that when they do that install, and best practice is not just to have everything in one folder, but it's to have a single P21 shares with a folder called P21 Live, P21 Play, P21 Test. I'm not bringing up in the month because in 2023, you no longer have to have an end of month. You don't have to keep it separated. So that's the reason that's not brought into this conversation. But what they talk about the cross-contamination is that if you only have that one folder with reports, form scripts, and so forth, all layered into one single folder, even though they're separated within that, if you point your play or your test to the same direction and you modify that report, it modifies it for your whole environment. And you're wanting to keep those separated so that you can make changes to a report or form and test it, and make sure that it functions correctly That way, if it doesn't work correctly, then of course it's not affecting the rest of the rest of the company, the rest of the users. So you try to maintain good folder structure for each instance. My suggestion in that perspective is do not have reports on one server and other things on another server, because when you go to either do an upgrade for your server, move servers, you're looking for something, having them in so many multiple places, because I will be honest, a lot of the users that we talk to, they do not have the documentation that's required. They do not maintain the documentation that's required to keep that information consistent. So it's a whole lot easier to keep it within one directory and then have your subdirectories and have each one broke down by the different instance. Load balancing. This is a fun one. So load balancing architecture can be internal versus external, which is I'm misspelling of on-premise, I apologize. Internal on-prem or external load balancing, whether within the cloud, which is a software based. So load balancing applies to moving from a 3-tiered to an N-tiered. So what is an N-tier model? An N-tier architecture divides an application into logical layers and physical layers. So basically, the layers are a way to separate the responsibility and manage dependencies so that it decides who has open space and who doesn't. And I don't want to overload the left side, so I'm going to put them on the right. So each layer has a specific responsibility. A higher layer can use services in a lower layer, but not the other way around. The lower layer cannot utilize services within a higher layer. So with load balancing, where you really see that is in the old RDS farms where you had 35 users. Okay, now we have 60. We add another server, but instead of having to tell where each individual user has to go by making that RDS farm or by having a load balancer, it automatically chooses which system has space and the available resources for that user to do their job and handle the process correctly. So like I say, in load balancer guides the user to the appropriate service. The browser speaks to a load balancer. It supports the ability to further fine-tune performance. So when you get to that point and you have everybody pushed out and their load balanced to the servers, and you still have an issue with maybe speed or like a scheduler, you don't want the scheduler running on a middleware for that load balancing, you can move that out also. But it gives you the ability to fine-tune the performance of your middleware servers so that they function better for the end user experience. And it's 100% invisible to the end user. End users never even know that you have a load balancer in place. What they'll understand is that one day they're slow, the next day they're fast. It adds a layer of security. This is a big thing today with the cyber risk and cybersecurity. The load balancer allows for identity management, multi-factor authentication, and security group management. Because when you go to hit that load balancer, it's going to hit it first, and that's going to control that identity management and the multi-factor for security before it will have to authenticate prior to getting to where it needs to go. So it adds a whole complete layer of security on top, which my authenticator is just, it's full of them. If you don't use MFA today, you need to look into it. There's several different ones from Duo. There's a ton of them. So to explain load balancing in a diagram, so think of it this way. Say you're at Embassy Suites, and this is an example that we use because we were at Embassy Suites at this point in time. And so we're leaving Embassy Suites, which is a public network, going into our Palo Alto firewall in Echo, which is our environment. It hits the Nginx load balancer. Now, Nginx is a software load balancer. It is not a hardware. It is a cloud-based load balancer. when you come into that, it then chooses which one has the resources to accommodate you. Once you reach that middleware, of course, then you have access to the server. And as you see, this situation here is based typically for up to 120 users. I know Epicor recommends no more than 70 to 75. I call 60 just so not to have that issue. But you know, you hit 60. When you go above 60, you need to add another middleware server. You can only have one scheduler, so you can have a scheduler on a separate middleware server, and then just have two middleware servers and keep the scheduler out of the equation for that load balancer. And that way, if you have a lot of reports running, a lot of scheduled tasks running, then it won't affect your end user process. And as you can see, once you're inside, you have access to DocStar, TPCX, Comp Ratio, Tableau, Conveyance, Reward Works. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Legacy to web. This is something that I know a lot of folks have been very shy about. Most of it is just from the fact of change, not so much as far as the upgrade. But if you have not gotten into or have not built you I call it a legacy web UI. As we said, 21.1 is the last side by side with the desktop. It's the last one that you can run parallel. It does have bugs, so if you're going to it, be prepared. However, if you want to be able to run them side by side, it is possible. I don't know how long that Epicor will maintain those files, because 4559 is going to be it is the last version that is posted, and they have not posted anything else on that version for the last almost 2 years. And I don't know how long they will maintain that file out there, those files for that, because they still have the desktop files and the web UI files available on your Epic Web. So the legacy, of course, is installed as a thick client on workstations, or it's installed on, RDS farms, which RDS farms are very easy to manage. You don't have to touch the workstation. You have it installed on every workstation. When there's an update, every single workstation has to be updated, and it can bog your whole network down until they're all updated. Not to mention, if you have road warriors and they are on a VPN and they log in, it can I've seen it take anywhere up to an hour to just get a simple upgrade on a workstation. With the RDS farms, of course, they're great. They were great for their purpose. They still are, even for workspaces. It communicates directly to the SQL. But if you have 2 or 3 or 4 of them, then you have to manage 2, 3, or 4. The support for traditional customizations and Dyna changes, third-party development, all of that stuff still relates to that. 21.1 is the last legacy client, and support for it ends in November for the desktop. For the desktop legacy compliant, and I want to say this again, support for it ends in November. There will no longer be any updates for the desktop. They will support you from a problem issue, but they're going to tell you you need to upgrade. And that's just from dealing with Epicor myself, and dealing with customers that are still on the desktop that run into issues. The first thing they say is, well, it's fixed in the next version. And usually it is. So, just keep that in mind, that time is getting short. And really, if you're going to do it, it doesn't take that long to get folks into the web UI once they start using it. But there is a process that really has to be taken to force that. I suggest in a web UI in a hybrid environment, and I can tell you now, do not install the hybrid P21 client, because you will have problems trying to get rid of it. But as far as running those side by side, I found that a plan of when you first start 3 days a week on the desktop, 2 days a week on the web UI, and in the process, turn your RDP off so they can't access it, or the end user will access it, even though they're supposed to be on the web UI. And after about 2 or 3 weeks, you swap it. Now you're on the web UI for 3 days a week and the desktop 2 days a week. And by that time, more than likely, they're not even going to touch the desktop. And then within 60 to 90 days, you can actually go live. The web client, any browser, but Epicor recommends Chromium based. So anything that is not Chromium based is not recommended. It was actually built on Google, on the Chromium side of Google Chrome. It does work with Brave. It does not work well with Opera. It does not work well with Edge. Even though Edge is supposed to be a Chromium based, there's so many flavors of that Chromium out there that the one that Epicor will recommend to you is Google Chrome. Beyond that, they really won't recommend any other browsers. I will say if you have servers though, use a browser like Brave or something of that nature that is Chromium based on your server, because Chrome has added in their last couple of updates. There's a lot of things that run in the back end services and they cause a lot of slowdown in the server. It didn't used to be like that, like 6 months to a year ago, but since these latest updates with Google Chrome, it doesn't affect the end user, but it will affect your server as far as the browser on there. The hybrid client, no longer recommended. I mean, if you're thinking about it, I'm just giving a word of advice. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your trouble. And it will be a lot of trouble when you try to get away from it. The web UI, it communicates with the middleware. And the middleware is what communicates with the SQL. So it just makes things a lot more easier to get into and have access. So, you know, and the growing support for from developers. So most of the third-party developers that we've spoke to, especially like at the WUG, they have either partnered with somebody with an API or they've made their own API. Most of them are with the times. They are caught up, they're ready to go, they're working with them. You know, current and future development and support from Epicor and those third parties is going to continue. I mean, they're not going backwards, they're moving forward. And so far with 2023, I would say Epicor finally actually did a really, really good job. And I have not seen any pertinent issues that really just come down on somebody. Whereas in 21, there were issues, 22, there were issues, 22.2, but 23, it's faster than all of them that I've seen. I think they rebuilt, and Brad Van Bodegaard will vouch to that they did something that fixed the searching and so forth. So it's like super quick now. Scaling, server scaling and performance. So hardware resources, you know, it boils down to CPU, disk space, your speed of your network, where your equipment is. If it's old, antiquated equipment that can't handle, you know, a gig or 100 megs a gig, the RAM, and you don't want to overcommit as far as, like I said, with your hypervisors and your SQL licensing, you can use the appropriate drivers, especially like we use VMware. So like VMXNet 3, you know, we just want to make sure that you use the correct drivers because that will cause you issues with the network. Don't just use the generic because that will cause you problems. There is a hardware sizing guide, which we follow as we do pay attention to their initial recommendation. So pay attention very much so to the virtualization recommendations and start from there and then work your way up. It is a great base, but then of course, adding cores, adding RAM, and so forth, you know, don't get yourself into a licensing spot where you have more servers than you have license, because those licenses are going to cost you way more than those servers. And you could have just stayed with one and just scaled up instead of scaling out. and bigger servers or more servers. So like the middleware and terminal server user limits, where we're talking about the RDS, RDS farms, we'll push the terminal servers to the side. It all comes down to user limits. So with the old RDS, it was typically 35. They would say 50. Middleware, they say 75. I say 60. And that's just from being able to watch end users work. And we deal with some environments that have 300 to 400 end users, if not more. So we've seen them where they have, 5 middleware servers and then a scheduled server. So we've kind of seen it. We've seen it from a single middleware all the way up to just huge environments. Licensing costs, again, when you start scaling up, your licensing costs are a whole lot cheaper than when you start scaling out. Because when you purchase another server, you're purchasing a whole new license for that server to accommodate the software that's going to be on it. The options for redundancy and failover protection, are you mimicking? Are you completely replicating between servers and so forth? Are they in multiple locations and you're replicating between those two locations? So, and typically that only runs with the on-prem. With a cloud environment, it's a whole lot easier to manage. Plus, if you need more RAM or need more processor space in order to do some testing, it's very simple to call your MSP and say, hey, I need more RAM and I need more space, but I only need it for 30 days to be able to test it. And typically they'll let you test it. And if it works for you and you really need it, then of course it can be done typically in the middle of the day without any interruption to your current system or end users. So that's the plus side to that. Adding RAM, it's adding space, it's simple. Whereas you're on-prem, you got to shut everything down, turn it off, take it apart, put it in, and so forth. Server security, disaster recovery testing, you measure RPOs and your RTOs. So RTOs, to explain that real quick, RTOs and RPOs are both critical elements of disaster recovery. So in order to migrate against irreversible data loss and consequent damage to business and revenue, due to a fire, just a typical potential natural disaster or an electrical fire in the building or something, water, tornado, it's fundamental to prepare for the worst case scenario. So, you always want to be prepared. So what is RPO? RPO is recovery point objective. So the RPO tells you the maximum tolerable amount of time that can pass between the time of the latest backup and a disaster. So with RPO and RTO, you're actually calculating how much disaster recovery I have to have in order to get me back up and running in the shortest period of time. So with, what just happened here? So by calculating, your RPO, you can look at how frequently the backup needs to be scheduled. Let's see what else. Maximum amount of data that an organization, that you can afford to lose, which nobody wants to lose data. But how much data can you afford to lose without just completely shutting you down? With the RTO, that's your recovery time objective. It's related to how much time is needed to bring a disaster affected back up online. So while the RPO looks at the retrospect, or the RPO looks at the retrospect, the RTO looks actually forward to the future, and it's measured in the recovery time and how much time that a specific application can tolerate to be down. So essentially, it references the max threshold of downtime that the business can actually endure before detrimental damages caused. Calculating an RTO and RPO is the first step in figuring out your optimum backup and disaster recovery plan. And maximizes minimizes the risk of disruption, and you want to make sure that you have that continuity plan with a maximum allowed threshold or tolerance so that you can actually recover when natural disasters happen. I'm a testament to that. I remember Katrina. I remember Oliver Van Horn. The water was up to the top of their server rack. All of their servers were completely underwater. They lost almost everything if it had not been for a cloud replication of their database. And we're talking hundreds of years worth of information. Infrastructure management, service clients, how are they connected? Your topology within your building. If you're in a office environment, as compared to working from home environment, or multiple branches, your sales folks, how their data is connected. So with the protocols, with the new web UI, an SSL is required for the middleware, for the web app, for the edge agent, for printing. If you're going to be doing network printing, it's required. And you don't get to do an SSL for a lifetime anymore. It is now 1 year max. The lifetime does not exist anymore. The 5 year doesn't exist anymore. So you have to make sure that you keep track of that SSL because your system will stop working when that SSL expires. Storage, you have your direct access, your DFD. These are your fixed. You're on-prem, they're removable. You can pick them up, hold them in your hand, throw them around. They're your typical solid state drives and so forth. And then you have your SAN, which is a storage area network, which is a storage device. It can be accessed by multiple servers, providing a shared pool of space. So that's going to be like more of a SAN's more of a cloud. You can put an internal SAN in based on the size of your company. However, within the cloud environment, you have a whole lot more usability for things, and it just makes the ease of move of different things just a whole lot. To me, it just makes life a lot easier. You look for your network latencies. The web client is always thinner because it's browser-based. As compared to the desktop, it can be tied to the memory and the processor on your computer itself, not to mention the memory and the processor that you're logging into the SQL. It can depend on the network speed of your actual network, from the wiring to brownouts. I mean, you name it. The legacy connections, you've got your ODBC, and web query has moved to cloud only. Actually, RubberTree's web query is no longer on-prem. If you call them, they will support you. However, any new installations they are doing are 100% cloud-based, and we just worked with them on a few of them, and pretty nice. I will say that. SSRS, now within the web UI, the SSRS is a whole lot easier. You build it, you stick it, and you have it. It's not as intrusive to the SQL database as it used to be. So it makes reporting a whole lot easier, and everybody loves an SSRS report compared to a Crystal report. Data admin, memory management, transaction log management, the backups, the security and performance check. So ways to lose your SQL, you can look at that website right there. Brentos are. Transaction log management, you're really wanting to keep certain TLs backed up. Usually some do 15, some do an hour. That way they can be restored and you lose minimal amount of data. CPU management, Sunettle business process lasso. Getting the right CPUs with the right cores, just to be able to keep up with with it. Your index optimization, monitoring, clustering, IS tuning, SQL tuning, application middleware tuning. I'm not going to get a whole lot into the database administration. Brad Van will be speaking on that here shortly. Your ERP application management. So the middlewares will contain IIS, and actually 2023 requires .NET 4.8. It will not work without it. But within that, of course, your log file management, app pool, recycling, the RAM recommendations, the app pool logs, the SSL cert maintenance, and the worker process recommendations. So in the middleware setup, you have the option to increase those worker processes. What I see sometimes that needs to be tweaked is when the system does slow down, and if you go into task manager and processes, you will see worker processes probably eating it up, and typically it's someone running a open-ended report. If you're looking for a P21 tuning guide, these 3 KB articles, the 371, 354, and 345, those are all good tuning guides that Epicor does put out. You can find them in Epicor. And log disk management, monitor your free space, your IIS logs, your P21 logs. You may, one of the things that some do is restart IIS every night. It doesn't hurt the system. It's better than restarting it. I mean, if you can restart your whole server, hey, more power to you. Especially if it's virtual. If it's on-prem, I wouldn't suggest it because it's really hard on the server itself. The app pools are separated so granularly that you can just right-click and recycle a single one. Like for prime example would be for Edge Agent reporting. You can just recycle that one piece if it stops working, and it'll start working, and nobody knows the difference. SQL translogs, just make sure they don't get too big. Change management, something a lot of people don't have. Who changed what, when, and why? So, you make a change, and like it says here, intended and unintended fallout. So if you don't have the documentation of what you changed, how are you going to reverse it? So make sure that when you do make changes, implement a change management policy that requires not only just one guy in the IT department to make the decision of what they want to change, or because an end user asked for it. Make sure that that change management not only is feasible for everyone and not just one individual, because it'll be a lot of lost time if they use it once and then it goes away, or that one change affects multiple other departments and multiple other end users. So, I mean, even you stick an Excel spreadsheet or a OneNote, or you build yourself a change form and it goes into a separate database table, just some way to be able to test, to be able to check it from, this so-and-so, it was approved, we did it, we tested it, results, and now we're putting it into production. Quote to cash, got to test changes, make sure it's going to work. Doesn't work, go back to the drawing board. Upgrades, patches, and fixes, patch management. And, you don't always have to be on the top end of P21 as far as the highest version, but try to keep yourself at least one version behind. I used to always make a joke as an end user and as an IT manager, let everybody else be the guinea pig. Believe it or not, Epicor has a set of companies that are end users that are on what they call the beta program. And the beta program, they get all of the latest and greatest, and they actually tie it to live data and they beat it. And they find what's broke. And sometimes it gets put out and it still has things that don't work. And then they go and they add a patch, just like they always have. And sometimes it's a one-on-one fix, but don't get so far behind that the upgrade will cause you issues. And today we're seeing that a lot with people with 12.18 and 12.19 trying to go to 2022 or even 2021, that it takes a lot more effort to do that upgrade. than it does if they had continued to go along with the proper upgrade path. Application layers, you've got your seats, which will be your, your end users, your ERP application, delivers the application, the customized delivery method. You've got your data, which is your SQL database, copy to live, play, data replication, import, export, and your middlewares. So your SQL, IIS, P21 middleware, the operating system, of course, the servers, virtualization, storage, and networking. So within these are your application layers that are going to be basically what builds the foundation of not only your ERP system, it's going to build the foundation of your end users, the departments, the company as a whole. And in the end, once everything is working together and the policies and the procedures are put in place so that everybody is on the same page when they come in to be trained, it just makes all the difference in the world. And when it does and everything comes together like it should, the company works like a final machine. So, I hope you enjoyed this. If you have any questions, feel free.
All right. And thank you for that, Brent. And we do have one question that came in here, and it was related to with the updates in Chromium that can slow down the server. Do you have any recommendations on settings in Chrome/Edge that can alleviate that?
On the servers themselves and the end users, what you'll find is that there's certain functions within the web UI in Edge do not work. I have put this task up to Epicor, and I have yet to get any kind of response. So with like I said, with like Brave, Google Chrome, there's not a whole lot to them. But Microsoft built the latest Edge on a Chromium backend. But with it, they have a lot of the Microsoft flavors built in and a lot of the security aspects. My suggestion with the Edge is play with it, because nobody really has been able to give a straight answer. Everything I get from Epicor is use a different browser. So I tell a lot of customers, if you like using Edge, use Edge for your everyday web stuff, but use Chrome or Brave, something of that nature, for P21 for the web UI.
Okay, great. Got another question that just came in. Asked, could you go into more detail on the WWMS requirement for having the web app installed? Up until hearing this, we've only had the middleware and SQL layers installed, and the UI users are hitting the middleware directly.
That is correct. So basically, what happens is there's that third layer. If you look in there, there's three files. There is, of course, your SQL database file. There is your middleware, well, four files. Your SQL file, your Crystal file, which is your forms. Now, from the application, there's the middleware and there's the web app. So in the middleware, right now, not being on 2023, you're fine at this point. You will be logging into the same exact web UI as the end user sitting at a computer, and it is very cumbersome for a scanner because it's not designed or built that way. Most people are having to adjust the screen in order to even fit it. You do have to have the Edge agent installed, of course, to be able to print. And that is because originally the Edge agent was designed for wireless warehouse through the SaaS model. However, people have been using it not only to print across their network, but to also utilize printing out of the scanner. Now with 2023, if you install the web app, it actually installs another site in your IIS called P21 WMS. And when you go to that site, instead of it looking like the desktop, it comes up with a login in the middle. And then when you log in, there's 4 buttons. There's a receiving, a picking, I want to say an inventory, and another button. And when you click on picking, it gives you the option of a drop down. And that drop down think of the old RF mode with the drop downs. It's kind of mimicking that, except that it's designed specifically for scanner. So it has large buttons, easy drop downs, and it functions just like it should, without having to squint to see the screen. Because it does. When I saw it, I'm like, okay, finally, this is awesome. This is great. You know, and everybody that I've introduced it to that are testing it or using it now, love it. So, you know, if you're looking to help your people in the warehouse, have them, you know, get you a play system on 2023 or test system and have them test it. They'll really thank you for doing it. So,
okay, so I had one more question here before we go to break, and this had to do with .NET versions. Question is, upgrading to .NET versions, are there any risks? Can this break anything, and do you need to go through a testing process?
it depends on the version you're on. So if you're on the old 12.18, 12.19, you're going to be on like 4.5, 4.6, maybe 4.7. Do not uninstall it. That will break it. When you do go to 4.8, just do the upgrade. I have had to go back and fix for someone who just thought they needed to uninstall the old one to install the new one. And when it did, it took the whole thing down. I mean, you couldn't even get Server Manager to show up on the server. It was a complete rebuild on the back end with command line and PowerShell.
Oh,
So when you, in matter of fact, Brad, this was like 3 days ago, so it's still fresh in my mind.
I can see that.
So 4.8, there's no problem with it. If you try to install 2023, it's going to tell you this requires .NET 4.8. You just go out, download it, upgrade it. But if you're looking at your live environment and you're not planning to go to 2023, do not upgrade until you do.
Well, that's good stuff. All right. Well, thank you so much, Brent. Appreciate your time and the information. And for our attendees here, we've wrapped up our first session, and we are now going to head into our first break. So we have a 5-minute period here. I'm going to go ahead and raise the first poll or our next poll, and we will reconvene at the hour. All right, welcome back. Great to see everyone back. And let me go ahead and end the poll and share the results here. These are always interesting to mull over. So question was, where does e-commerce figure in your P21 strategy? And what we found here is the vast majority, 67%, are currently using an e-commerce solution that's integrated to P21. There are no folks that are using an e-commerce solution without any integration, which is great. I have a surprising number of customers that have websites that just dump orders into a folder and then they get manually entered. So good to see that's not a problem with this group. 17% don't have e-commerce, but plan on implementing it eventually. 11%, and we see a fair number in this category over time that don't have e-commerce because it doesn't apply to their vertical. And 6%, what's e-commerce? So for that 6%, you have just the perfect, you came to the right place, because our next session is going to be delivered by, oops, I already jumped overhead here. So I'd like to introduce you to our next presenter, Ayshwarya Wilton from DCKAP. Now, as you might know, DCKAP specializes in e-commerce and multi-platform integrations. They've been a long friend with us. As you can see from the little picture there, we won their Ambassador Award this year, and we're delighted to have done that. So I want to introduce you to Ayshwarya. She's a senior business analyst and solutions consultant at DCKAP. She brings over a decade of experience into her role, and in her current role, she's focused on designing and implementing robust integration solutions tailored to the needs of distributors in the B2B and B2C marketplaces. Lots of differences there, so it's fun to kind of play between those, and so she brings a lot of expertise in those two areas. The growth here, of course, the goal is to drive growth and efficiency with her customer base. So with that, let me turn it over to you, Ayshwarya, and let you do your thing.
Thank you, Brad. Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you so much for your time. Let me get started with sharing my screen here. Also, a big thank you to Brad for that little poll. It's nice to see that the audience here, a majority of you already have your integrations in place. As Brad mentioned, I think, being working partners, DCKAP and EstesGroup, I think we share those same customers that he spoke of that do not have integrations in place, and they're manually going through and processing each and every order, entering them into their P21 system or using the scheduled import service out there manually. So great to hear about all of you being with the times. So today's presentation kind of caters to pretty much everybody who responded with the different answers on the poll. Those who have automations today, what can you do next, right? And those who don't have an e-commerce platform, what are the benefits of considering one? And also at the end of the day, catering to the world around us. Today's session is the P21 Summit. All of us out here are P21 users, but if we look at the bigger picture, taking care of your P21 system is one of the biggest, one among the many things that you'll have to handle as part of your ecosystem that you're currently in. So that's why I'm here to talk about, or rather to sow the seed of thought into everybody here on automation and integration within your workspaces to have a more holistic view of your day-to-day operations and drive efficiency from there. So thank you once again to the wonderful team behind EstesGroup. On behalf of the DCKAP community, I'd like to share my thanks and the sincere support and the working relationship over these past few years. It's been absolutely brilliant and amazing. And thanks to each and every one of you out here. It's going to be a wonderful joy to speak to you for the next few minutes, but I'm also optimistic that we would also like to have a chance to speak with you after this session as well. Right, let's go about a little bit about me. Brad's done most of the heavy lifting out here, but yes, I take pride and joy in implementing robust integration solutions as part of my current role within DCKAP. I come with 12 years of working experience, started off as you're fresh out of college computer science engineer, self-learned and grew into a business analyst, and here we are. So glad to know and share with you all that the road has been wonderful, and I'm glad to be at a place where now I can be here to help and solve problems and just drive better solutioning for you and your teams that you represent. All right, let's take a look at the agenda. What can you expect to know and see about the topics that I have for today? I wanted to bring the first point out here, and it's kind of based on some of the conversations I've had with existing customers who come to us to DCKAP who look for an integration. They always say, I want to have my stuff automated. Is an integration important? If yes, why? So kind of made me think that this platform would really help me address the automation versus solution integration differentiation. Is there really a difference, or are we talking about synonymous words out here? So more on that. The current B2B landscape, most of you seem to have an e-commerce platform out here. You're catering to your end customers. You want to do something better. Let's take a look at what's happening currently in the market today all over the world, and what can we expect in the years to come. A more tailor-made discussion about, since most of us or all of us out here are pretty much P21 users, why are integrations critical for P21 users? Brent already talked about, as part of his session, about the P21 middleware. So P21 itself is keeping up with the times, listening to customers, knowing that there is a need to have systems connected. What are the benefits, and especially why in today's times it's so important to have your Prophet 21 system connected across your other platforms that you use. A little up and coming buzzword that I seem to find bubbling up these days, it's known as the low effort experience, especially if you're someone who's catering towards the customer, or you could be catering to another set of, you could be a wholesaler distributing your products to other customers who therefore go and distribute to an end user. So what is the low effort experience all about, and how it might potentially change the game? So we'll get to hear more about that. A little bit about DCKAP and the integration platform that we have, just a little sneak peek about it towards the end. And of course, I'd love to hear back from you, either through the form of questions or even just if you're thinking about out loud that, hey, this is what we're currently seeing, what can we expect in the coming times? Would an integration solve this problem, or any thoughts or feedbacks that you might have? I'm curious to hear about them at the end of the session. Okay, I always have a few quotable quotes, something to kind of fix our mindset over the next few minutes as we talk through some of these topics. I wanted to extract a quotable quote from Warren G. Bennis. I have read one of his books many years ago. It was called Learning to Lead. It was during those times when I was trying to come out of the nerdy computer engineer times that I've experienced, coming out of that workspace into being a business analyst and talking to people, really conversing and engaging in driving solutions. So here's one of my favorite quotes that I wanted to share. And it talks about, in life, change is inevitable. Things happen, times change, and as we learn and grow, we adapt with the times. But in business, change is vital. So you would have heard in Brent's conversation with you as well on when you upgrade your P21 versions from one of the 4.5 versions to a 2023 version, what happens? What are you going to miss out, and so on? So even in software versioning, there seems to be, places for for growth, for adding new features, for just working and playing along with the times. So here's a little food for thought before we step into our topics for today. So we talked about the two buzzwords, automation and integration. Are they really the same? From what I hear, they are the most common and the most abused words today, because everybody talks about even another term that we have, and it's called digital transformation. Everybody wants to get in the groove and in the times of it. So are they really two different things? The short answer is, they are basically two sides of the same coin. So to help today's presentation, what I did was, I'll show you the conclusion point, and it was beautifully stated by one of the leaders at Workato. And Mr. Massimo said that automation is the goal for today, but integration is the means. So what does it mean that, why do we talk about automation more? So by definition, if you had to look at the Oxford Learner's Dictionary, it says automation means the use of machines and computers to do work that was previously done by people like you and me. We would have gone to a whiteboard, we would have drawn a process out there, and then the next step would be, hey, we have a working process in place, let's automate it. You would have been at a cafe, you would have thought of a few business ideas, you would have jotted it down at a piece of tissue along with your cup of coffee. Your idea is, when I go back to the office, I want to present this idea, and it's going to be automated. That's going to be the next big thing for my team, right? So knowing that automation and integration now go hand in hand, what are the benefits? What do you see when you have all these different systems connected? The poll showed me that most of you do work with e-commerce platforms, the major ones that are out there. And this is catering to the sixth person that wanted to know what's an e-commerce platform. It's basically a space where you can go and you can see a catalog of products, shop and place orders, something that you need. You don't have to walk into a store anymore. You can find it right at your laptop and your home screens. Get on the web, log into Amazon.com, log into Walmart or any of your favorite stores online, get the products that you need and have them delivered to you. Now, when you talk about the B2B and the D2C space, what are the other different types of industry or manufacturer-based products that you cater to for enabling business operations, right? So the key business benefits that you see is your reduced cost to company. You make a one-time investment into building an integration, have your different systems connected. In the case of P21, you can have your P21 system connected to an e-commerce platform, or you could have it connected to your CRM, a Salesforce or a HubSpot system, or a Monday.com system if you have it, or you could even connect it to a PIM. So if you have a product management tool that you'd like to leverage to really enhance and build your product catalog, having these integrations in place is a one-time investment where you don't have teams or you don't have people with 4 or 6 hands to magically go in and take care of all the data across the systems, right? So having an integration brings that seamless benefit. Of course, the natural end result of having an integration is reduced manual effort. You don't have to go Brad was talking about the example of customers. Many of them who have sales orders coming in through, business is booming, but operations are getting heavy. You have to go in, place those orders into your P21 systems, enter them manually, and then start the pick, pack, ship process and talk to the warehouse teams. Sounds like a lot of work and a very busy day. How can we help you make it better and make it more easier and more efficient for you? Having an integration would reduce that manual effort by a load. Improve data quality across the systems. In today's times, data is key. Data is so important, and there's a lot of among us through our systems these days. So how can we ensure that there is clean data that is available across our systems? Building robust integrations is key. Ensuring that the sales order information that's being picked up from your e-commerce platform being set up by the integration into your P21 system, ensuring there's no data loss, ensuring that all the right quantities and prices and everything's been defined and created correctly within the P21 system is the goal and the responsibility of the integration. So having that workload taken off from a human and being placed into a little bit of a machine, it adds great value. Increased efficiency all across the board. I don't have to speak more on this. I believe this is one of the natural success factors when it comes to building an integration, just having an everyday better working life. When it comes to having an integration in place, you don't have to take care of too many things. Once you have this efficiency in place, you have the free time to then think, what's next? What's the next big thing that I can focus on? And that, of course, is analytics and reporting. Data science is huge today. Everybody wants to see massive reports on, okay, this is the trends. These are what people are buying today. What can I do better to cater towards my customers? What can I do better to cater to the growth and health of my own team in terms of operation efficiency? So analytics and reporting will be beneficial in this space. With reporting comes enhanced visibility. You would have visible access to, you don't have to go step into your warehouses to actually see the products out there and see what's happening. You get to see it at your seat, at your desk, in the form of a reporting spreadsheet. Because the data has already been sent to your localized systems, therefore reporting runs, you get to have more visual status and access to what's it looking like? How's today's sales? Are we making growth? Are we seeing profits? How's operations? Do we need to talk to more vendors? How can we be a better supplier out there? Here are some of the benefits that you will see. Okay, so we've talked about automation, integration. Now that you know it's two sides of the coin, let's put that aside. Let's see what's out there in the world today. The current B2B landscape is changing, and we have to accept it. Gone are the days where the key customer or the end user is always the people who make up the baby boomers, the Gen X. Today, it's all about catering towards the millennials. Fun fact, I may or may not be a millennial. Hashtag 90s baby, so that's me. Today, 73% of millennials are the core audience looking towards the B2B buying process and making an early impact towards the growth of e-commerce all over the world. There's a steady rise in digital marketing, using marketing platforms like MailChimp, Salesforce, HubSpot, what have you, really help to drive knowing who your customer base is, what best you can do to cater towards them, and making it a whole lot cooler. The omni-channel upgrade. So today we have credit cards reigning supreme in the market today. Gone are the days when somebody has to pay by a check. I don't see a check anymore these days. I would be surprised if my own kids would see a check and say, hey, what's that? Right? So, but with times like these, we are anticipating major players like Apple Pay and Amazon Pay also to make a steady impact with an online wallet, so that you can securely transfer and make payments online, swift transactions, ready supply to be within the space. And I would also like to be bold to say on today's session that within a decade or two, we will say goodbye to the plastic card, to the credit card as well, with the rise in the digital wallet technology. At the end of the day, and I believe this has also been heavily impacted by the pandemic, being at home, being at our closed spaces, but having that outreach to your people around you, people across the globe. How do we cater our businesses and tailor it to the global B2B experience? It's ultimately for you and for me who's out here. Global B2B today has been taking a serious look at machine learning and AI now that we have seen integrations in place. And I think this is also the next big thing of those who already have a integration in place. And it's a majority of you today. Having machine learning and AI generate your next steps, generate what the process would look like is the next big thing for today. So how do you enhance customer engagement? How do you give ready responses to your customers for any curious questions that they have? If they, for a normal B2C experience, they would say, hey, do you have this in red? And you could have a machine bot that would talk to your P21 ERP, look at the item maintenance catalog. It happens to see that you might have placed a purchase order for a few red socks out there, and you'd say, yes, we're going to have them ready. You can go ahead and place the order. You will see it coming through and it would calculate if your purchase order is going to be fulfilled within the next day or two, then accounting for shipment days, it could give a ready response immediately for saying to the end user or the customer to say, hey, expect that we can send it to you within a week. And if the user's okay, then they'd appreciate the quick response, right? So having ready responses is key. Natural ROI upgrades. So you have a very well-oiled machine in place. ROI tends to be the natural form of success for you and your businesses. This is also keeping up with the times. Having AR and VR and social media, it's not just for B2C, surprisingly, even B2B. A lot of us use Instagram, a lot of us use LinkedIn, a lot of us use a lot of different social platforms that's up and coming. So how can we get the user's attention to say, hey, I'm here to make your business grow and be beneficial. Come talk to us and get to know more information. A lot of us are moving online. The data is out there. So how can we build a personalized virtual experience for our end users and our customers? So that's the current metrics of the current B2B landscape today. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how your businesses are doing and what's the direction that you're planning to take now that you have an integration in place. Or if you are looking forward to having one, here are the next steps that you can most likely work towards. Next, we're going to talk about why integrations are critical for P21 users. So we've seen how automation and integration is all going to be the same. We've seen B2B, we've seen the exciting metrics out there. We can see there's a scope for growth, for learning, for better opportunities. How will an integration play an integral role for us having our P21 systems connected? Through some insights, we have noticed that there are 33% of your systems in your local ERPs having data that consists of your customer base, your distributors and your suppliers, your logistics providers, and even your manufacturers as well. A lot of this data is currently being maintained within your ERP. This data is also not data that's pretty much owned by your teams and your company. It's data that is outsourced. It's your customers, the customer base that you have. It's your logistics providers, the manufacturers, everything that's been sourced out from external sources and being set up within your P21 system. Of course, the product catalog that you might have, the financial general ledgers that you build are all within your scope and space. But this is a significant portion that we should not ignore. And it's a significant portion that's can be cumbersome to maintain. So having an integration in place, especially when your vendors have their own systems and their access and information, when your customers come through an e-commerce platform, or if you have your sales teams working with the CRM to better manage customer access and data, or just management of your customer relationships, having that data integrated across into your P21 system will help you drive better reporting and better operations within your teams. So with the advent of course, with data analytics, of course, a lot of the reporting is going to be driven from your P21 systems. That's inevitable. And we talk about this today because we see a lot of businesses find growth in decentralizing a lot of your processes and having it subcontracted. Even if you want to have your sales team being contracted as a local agency, how can you get the data that they have within their systems get connected into your P21 system as well, right? So having that integration in place will reduce the manual effort and keep consolidated information within a single space that you can actively work upon. The new buzzword, low effort experiences. I normally call myself a storyteller when it comes to sharing experiences and working with different customers. I love to tell stories. I love to talk about experiences. And I wanted to take this opportunity to share one that would relate to how the new buzzword called the low effort experience is rising at this day and age. So during the pandemic in 2020, of course, all of us were in the comforts of our homes and keeping safe, talking to our families on social media, on WhatsApp. So everybody had to step away from being in their offices as part of their usual work days, but instead being at home with your family, your kids, your pets, and your cats and dogs, and whatever your hobbies as well. It became a whole space of how do I balance all this? How do I balance my office at home and my kids and my everybody? How do I just keep everyone happy? For that, my brother sent this WhatsApp forward to us during the pandemic. And this was the result of him trying to bring in that balance. And he said, hey, Alexa, please raise the kids, right? So with modern technology, he wanted to find the right balance with taking care of the home and taking care of work as well. So this is the best way I wanted to introduce the low effort experience out here. How can we make machines and how can we make ourselves learn and do better with the minimal effort from our end users and customers? At the end of the day, when it's about business, when it's about building e-commerce, building distribution, you're catering towards that one end users. You want to bring them a smile, you want to bring them good value with whatever you're providing. How do we make them have a very seamless and effortless experience when they work and build a relationship with you and the business that you represent? So low effort experience is about making things personalized so that you're on a mission to making everything personalized, even on a global scale. How can you make the products that you sell or anything that you, the services that you provide, how can you make it catered towards that person who is looking out for it? So there are a few key factors when it comes to implementing the low effort experience. One, the low effort experience wants you to make it personal. You want to make sure that anybody, anywhere sitting in front of a system gets to experience and see the type of services they want to provide. They could go into a Google search and type specific keywords. They're looking for specific things. How can seeing your website, seeing your forums cater towards their specific needs rather than showing them random articles and random products that they may or may not be interested? If you show it to them at the get-go, the things that they're really looking for, they're ready to buy in the next minute or two. So how can you make it more personable and valuable for them? The same goes within the same breath, I would say, make the experience accessible. So like I mentioned, they type something on Google using those keywords. How can you drive to make the things that they want stand up first and stand out for them to easily access, grab, and move on to the next steps of having that better shopping experience with you, or having that better working relationship, or building that better distribution business with you? Making it seamless. If they have questions, they want to reach out, put in a space where there could be an AI chatbot that could answer their questions, put in a phone number that they can easily dial in and with someone to speak to, or if there's a space where they can drop an email or even have a video call where they can talk to one of your team members, get the answers that they need, anything that needs to be tailored or customized towards their need. Building that seamless experience for your end users is always key and helpful. At the end of the day, make it lovable. As much as you find joy in building your businesses, it's with the end purpose and mission of building joy towards catering to your end users, your customers, and your working partners as well. So the low effort experiences always make you rethink about the customer's journey model, from them being your prospect to your repeat customers. I want to cite a movie from a quote from the movie Godfather. There's this quote that said, "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." But I say in the B2B market today, keep your customers close and your repeat customers or your loyal customers closer, because they bring you a sustained value, and they help you introduce through word of mouth or through referrals to bring in more customers and more growth towards what you cater to. So the low effort experience really makes the key difference out there. Give them a space for opinions, feedback, and needs to be heard, so that you are someone who's ready to listen and act on and tailor towards their needs. And the low effort experience also allows you to be proactive, to help you be the problem solver for your customers. Even before you feel that they might have a problem, you already have the solution in place. How can you take them through that journey? So that's the buzz about today for building those low effort experiences. With that, I'd like to introduce a little bit about DCKAP's integrator. Just wanted to show you a bit about what we do and what we take pride in within the DCKAP community, and how it has allowed us and enabled us to speak to a lot of P21 users out here, and as well people from other different communities, because DCKAP's integrator takes joy in saying that we are platform agnostic. So having an integration solution that can get connected to your P21 system or any other platform like your e-commerce store, your web store, your CRM, your PIM, or any customized solution that you might run in-house. We are here to help and serve with building business efficiency through integrations. What sets our integrator apart from other integration platforms in place? The DCKAP integrator is hosted on AWS. Safe to say it comes with the latest tech stack in maintaining data security and reliable uptime with the data availability of integrations. And at the end of the day, give you solid and reliable data quality across your systems. Here's a sneak peek about what our integrator middleware looks like. We go by the thought process and design of using APIs. So I've heard in the previous session, there was a lot of talk about P21 APIs being leveraged. the P21 and the Epicor team know the times. They know APIs are being leveraged to connect different systems. A lot of you would have already have your systems connected, which is great. This is one way we do it. So when we have the APIs to your P21 system and the other destination system where we need to pull and push data, this is the space. All we have to do is put this little drag and drop feature out here that we have to get your mapping sorted for the different data that needs to move through. And of course, we have a little bit of customization and making your solutions. So today, if you wanted to have only your approved customers, anybody who has been approved to log in and start shopping in your stores, especially in the B2B model, how can we just make the integration focus on those approved customers who have been vetted by your teams to be set up as customer accounts in your Prophet 21 systems? So having those tailor-made integrations in place really help with the mile out here. Other integration scenarios we've seen from our P21 customers are they want to drive omni-channel methodologies. Therefore, they tell us, hey, in item maintenance, I have all these different products out here. I don't want everything to go and be set up within my e-commerce store. How about this? Can the integration look at products that are under a certain product group because they are the target sellable items that I want to have set up on my e-commerce store? Can your integration do that for me? Yes, DCKAP's integrator certainly can. With this little space here known as the flows, Flows is an easy drag and drop solution that helps us to tailor make and tweak those integrations to ensure it is catered towards your needs when it comes to handling the data between the systems that you govern and run as part of your operations. Real-time logging. We are a community. We want to keep it open. We want to keep it transparent, and we want to ensure that the integration is also sending the right information from the source to the destination. So having that open view of seeing the status of the integrations, what's happening behind the scenes, you have that that open look and feel out here with the detailed logs. Of course, we work with data. There's all forms of data that exist. To ensure data quality, we'll want to make sure there's clean data that's being sent through from one system to another. How can the integration stop any bad data that's coming through? It could be through various channels. Somebody would have mistyped or misspelled. How can we better help alerting an end user through an email report to say, hey, can you go back? Can you correct a phone number that was incorrectly added? Or can you make these minor updates to the sales order that's trying to be processed by the integration? So all those little things really help make sure that the right information is going across from one system to another. We built in a lot of user management and user group access within the integrator platform. It's not just for you and me, it's for every end user who wants to manage your integrations in place. We can customize and tailor access permissions accordingly. So, and right now we've kept it very simple. It's in middleware at the end of the day. Either you have access to run the integrations as a standard user, or have a more robust, more hands-on experience as an administrator, go in, tweak the integrations yourselves. And this is a platform that's also listening, learning, and growing. So we will put in the right features and as part of our product growth map based on the usage of the administrators within the platform. A few of our customers out here, most of them are out in the P21 space. So a quick shout out to them, and also a shout out to you, those who have been listening and being a part of this session. And that's it for me today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. I hope, like I said in the beginning, this session was all about planting the seed of thought. I hope I have done it. If yes, then my session is a success today. So any questions, any lingering thoughts that we can all take back from today's session?
Excellent. And thank you for that. I do have a few questions that came through. First question was, Tell me why working with an integration platform partner is preferable to writing your own interfaces.
Great question. This again comes down to what's the best way I can outsource my work so that I can focus on driving my product management efficiently out there, right? So if you want to have an integration, a dedicated integration team, like the case of having DCKAP's team come in and take care of the integration work for you, then you have the opportunity and the chance to work on something else. Saying, hey, integration's going to take care of moving all my sales order information into P21. Now I got to start looking at some profit reporting within P21. How can I get that set up? So get busy with your P21 system while we have the integration connected and talking to other systems. So the platform is very user-friendly. There are opportunities where even you can go in, make your own tweaks, where we love it when customers themselves take care of their own integrations. That's one of our end goals and one of our key success factors when it comes to making a user-friendly middleware. But at the end of the day, DCKAP is a community that is catered to serving towards your needs to help you as distributors, you as P21 users, drive better growth and efficiency. So.
Excellent. I loved your comment about digital transformation. It's probably one of the biggest overused words out in the industry. Me and my team, we sometimes play a drinking game when we watch a webinar. Fortunately, it's not alcohol. Otherwise, that work hours. But if it had been, we'd all be under the table before the hour's out. Now, I got another question for you, and this is more my own question than anything else. What would you consider to be the biggest differences between the B2B and the B2C fields of e-commerce? Like, to what degree do these business requirements differ between these two subverticals?
Thank you, Brad. That's an excellent question. It's interesting to see, based on conversations I've had with certain customers who now say that, hey, I have a business that's currently tailoring towards B2B. I would eventually love to have it more tailored and focused to B2C. So in today's world, I can see that the lines are blurring between the two customer groups. But at the end of the day, what matters is the business relationship and engagement. B2B spaces today have more tailored pricing and loyalty towards building those B2B relationships. So having contract pricing set up, having their own, you would leverage your P21 sales pricing library a ton for your B2B customers. Anybody who builds a relationship with you, who wants to be those repeat customers, you'd give them discounted or special prices by leveraging those price libraries. So how can the integration now go and connect to an integration or to an e-commerce platform so that that particular B2B contracted end user who's there would see the e-commerce platform having the prices and the catalog that's tailored towards them? The e-commerce or the integration would readily allow that a better experience and management for B2B customers on a web store. And of course, for B2C, it's just that one person who wants a pair of shoes or a t-shirt. They just want to go in, buy, shop, make it a quick, seamless experience, and they're out the door. Bringing in specialized discounts for them is also key. You would have guest prices. So here are a few of the key differentiating factors that I've seen with customers from the B2B space and B2C space. Like I said, the lines are blurring so that it's going to be a whole lot more uniform across the platform. I also want to add on that this has allowed distributors to also have direct connection to end users and customers. So D2C is also booming. Players like 3M are doing very well in that space. So here are some of those key differentiating points that I've seen. And yeah.
Excellent. Now, in terms of like the advent of credit card processing and e-commerce, those have always been kind of joined at the hip from the beginning. Do you see that relationship evolving over time? I'm assuming from a security standpoint, some of that must be changing. What have you seen in that specific area?
Awesome. Thank you for that question, Brad. Within payment integrations, we've seen a lot of concerns and a lot of thought that goes into play with security. Yes, as we build and as we put in the fancy features and functionality to our system, behind the scenes, there's always the thought process of better efficiency and better security when it comes to building these functional aspects. A user wants to click a button and hit the pay button, and he shouldn't wait crossing his fingers and hoping that the payment goes through. It comes with a trust that he clicks the pay button, he's out of there, and he's going to expect his products to come through. The payment is made successfully, and all is well. So today's world, a lot of payment platforms bring in a wider scope and a wider range of allowing credit cards from different banking systems, different payment modes. Payment terms is still sort of one of the commonly used payment modes, but yes, security definitely is key. Irrespective of whether it is payment information or your sales order information, security is the need of the hour everywhere. It is being catered to. It is being talked about with other technical sessions outside. So yeah, I hope that helped answer the question.
It does. That does. Kind of continuing on the topic of security. We talked with one customer that had a recent situation where their e-commerce system, and this was not DCKAP, different system, ended up being an attack vector. It was not it was more like a overload attack where the e-commerce platform was used to repeatedly spam the organization with orders, ended up creating a big mess of bad data that managed to get in through the e-commerce system. Now, whenever you have a third-party integration, especially one that's broadly, distributed to a wide network, what are some of the concerns that say DCKAP, for instance, would do to try to prevent security problems from letting hackers and such turn that into like an attack vector?
Thank you, Brad. And this is where it's not one of the key features shown, but if anybody of you were interested to have a conversation with us in DCKAP, we'd love to show you more features within DCKAP's integrator tool. We have a health monitor checkup for any system that's being connected. It would ping your service to make sure it is active. It will at the same time behind the scenes run to ensure that there are not too much of API calls being made unnecessarily. The data that is being transferred is authenticated and authorized information that moves from your e-commerce store to your P21 system. And of course, the logging, the comprehensive logging, any information that is being transmitted through the integrator is being logged. We have two forms of logs, the easy to read. Not everybody comes with a computer science degree who wants an integration. So having the logs that have more user-friendly and layman-friendly readability, as well as developer or what we call as console logs, will help us and your technical IT folks also step in to monitor and see the logs to ensure that there is no suspicious data that is actually being pulled through. I'd like to use this time also to kind of share a little testimony that we had one of our customers come in earlier this year. They were subjected to major DDoS attacks. They had taken, I think, close to a good year to recover from it. And they came with a very skeptical mind, walking through virtually into DCKAP's doors. We had to carefully take them through the process and show them the benefits of what the DCKAP integrator provides, what can they expect by running this external integration, and how can they have better transparency and visual insights on the data that's being transferred from they're on an SAP ERP, so from their SAP ERP to their e-commerce platform, having all those insights in place. We're now building integrations for them. They gave it a lot of thoughts. We put in and boosted their confidence as much as possible. And I'm glad to share here that they are currently building integrations with us, and we wish them all the best. And it's been great to have be their point of success in them wanting to have their business operations being automated in spite of coming through with some negative or challenging experiences in the past. They wanted to overcome it. They still want to get on the times and do better. So we're happy to be part of their solution. So thank you, Brad, for that question. It's really nice that I can share this as well.
Sure, sure. One just came through on the feed. How does the integrator handle taxation?
Oh, excellent question. If you happen to have taxation through extensions, we can pick up the data directly from said extension. We've worked a lot with Avalara. Avalara is very familiar with us, and other tax extension modules like Tax Cloud. We're very familiar with those systems, so we can have direct connections with those systems. If you have something very specific and tailorized, some of our Canadian customers, they may have their own set of governing rules and tax rules that need to be in place. The DCKAP's integrators flows, the customized space that I showed, has the working space where you can put in and define your tax rules, so that every time integration has to move sales order information through into your P21 system, we can refer the tax table, the tax rules that's built as part of your customized flows to calculate and say, okay, this is the shipping address is tax code, or the ship code is right here. This is the PIN number. What's their relevant tax rate? Here's the tax rate that needs to be applied when we're creating the sales order in P21. So flows are the right space where we have built these tax rules, but a lot of extensions, they themselves come with APIs provided, APIs in the form of REST, JSON, and in today's day and age, GraphQL, we are ready to adapt and integrate directly with those tax tables that you might build out there in those extensions.
Excellent, excellent. Now I have one last question here before we head to break. So I had a question about with integrated solutions like e-commerce, does the presence of a bunch of integrated third-party systems with an ERP, does the ERP system stay that single point of authority when it comes to data, or do you find that there are certain data elements that become distributed, for lack of a better term?
Thank you, Brad. Great question. Yes, through conversations with past prospects and even existing clients, a lot of them do use ERPs, and especially P21 users, they'd like to use P21 as their source of truth or their comfort space when it comes to maintaining a large chunk of the data. But in the metrics that I've shown, you would have seen that 33% or a large portion of them is coming from a sort of an external source, be it their customer data or their vendor management, the vendor details or the supplier details. A lot of it is coming from an external source. So how can the integrator help channel and either bring them in to P21, or if you have a use case where you want to drive better customer engagement and you want to understand your customer base and you want to drive that specific portion of it in your CRM, how can the integration shift a portion of that data and integrate it, send it out there to be set up, and then have some reporting drive within that CRM? So ultimately, it depends on there's no one right answer. It just boils down to how is your system defining their scope of success? Is it by having everything built within the ERP, or is it by decentralizing, distributing it with different ownership across the teams and having an integration to make sure that all the data is being sent to the right spots so that the right teams work at the right spaces for efficiency all across the board? So my answer is that completely it depends on your company's vision and definition of success.
Well, that makes good sense. Well, great. Well, thank you so much. This was a great session. Really appreciate the time. And yeah, I look forward to doing this again in the near future.
Thank you, Brad. And thank you, everybody, for listening. Take care now.
All right. Well, thanks to everyone. We're going to head on our next break now, and we will put up our next poll with our next presenter will be on the subject of sales automation. So our poll here, what are you using for sales automation slash CRM slash sales reporting? These tools do a lot of things these days. Go ahead and find your one if you have it, and we will go ahead and see you in another 5. All right, welcome back, everyone. And let me go ahead now. We've start this off by reviewing our poll and this. Share the results. So based on what we've seen here, we've got a footprint here for rubber tree and another footprint for mitts. Some folks are using nothing at this point, and a fair bit of people are using others. So that's an interesting thought here to see what other competing products are out in the market. That said, I'd like to now go ahead and introduce Andy Garrett to you. So for our next session, Andy from Web Connect will be providing a session on Web Connect and automating the order to cash cycle. Andy and Web Connect are some new friends of ours. We recently found them working on several shared customers, and then at the WUG we managed to hook up and chit chat about things. So really like these folks. Now, Web Connect itself is kind of a sales enablement toolkit. It allows P21 organizations to extend the use of their P21 system by integrating with a pretty robust set of sales side tools to allow for reporting, communication, collaboration, and a whole bunch of things that kind of extend that functionality of your base P21 system. So with that, let me hand the system over here to you, Andy, and take it away.
All right, thank you very much. If I can figure out how to do this, how do I share screen? Let's start with this guy, I guess. Okay, let me see if I can start a PowerPoint here.
Looking
You
good.
guys see the PowerPoint presentation at this point, or?
Right now I'm reading your email.
Ah, perfect. That's exactly the one I was hoping you would get to. Just a second. All right. Well, I was going to do a little PowerPoint presentation, and I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to go from screen to screen in this, because we will be looking at a couple of different screens. But I can kind of forego the PowerPoint presentation. Nobody really likes to see them anyway. But basically, all I was going to point out is that Web Connect is pretty much like Brad said, it's an extension of your Prophet 21 system. So it has a lot of features that do things that you could, if you wanted to, do inside of P21, but in a lot of ways, we do things that you can't do inside of P21. We make things easier. We do provide a lot of business intelligence type stuff. So, I mean, you can see a lot of information about your customer base. You can see a lot of information about specific customers. You can drill into things like contacts, and even we do email integration, marketing campaign integration, things along those lines. The Web Connect system installs basically right next to your P21 database. So it's reading live data. So, I mean, you're looking at stuff it's pretty much real time. When you're creating a task or an opportunity or a contact or a prospect or something like that, you're actually basically putting that information right into your P21 database at that time. So it's a very tight integration. We are P21 focused and centric. We don't do anything but P21 at this particular juncture. So it's pretty dedicated to that P21 environment and world that we live in out there. Let's see. There are a ton of different features in the system. We will go through some of them today. I'm going to take kind of a straight line through one of the neat features that I really like right now, which is this email integration, which is why I have my Outlook inbox open. These are dummy emails, so don't worry, I'm not seeing anything really critical for my stuff right now. What I wanted to show you right now, that this is probably, this feature got me really excited. It's something we put together called our Outlook add-ins. And what I really like about this one is that it allows you to use P21 directly from within Outlook. And when I first saw the system and I first got a copy of it and started demoing it for myself and playing around with it, I got really excited about the way things were working with it. Mainly because one of the challenges that we face is keeping our contacts in sync. So if you're like a lot of organizations out there, you'll have sales reps that are out in the field that they may work with people at an organization, but those contacts somehow never make it into P21. They'll be an Outlook or they'll be in their phone. So you might have a phone number and all the information there, but you may never actually get them into P21. And if you're trying to do something like a marketing campaign or any other kind of communication out there, it's just critical that you have these people inside of Prophet 21 so you can mine that information, especially if you're going to do things like link a contact to an order. There's all kinds of reporting that you can do out there based on what contact actually goes ahead and buys something or is listed that contact on an order, which is really nice if you need to know, who am I actually selling a certain type of product or a product group to, or from a supplier. You can't get that analytic if you don't have the contact inside of P21. And you also, it's so much better if you have that contact in there. It's better to be able to manage and keep their phone numbers up to date, have one source of truth for that contact. And the first thing I noticed, if you guys are seeing my screen, so this is the dummy email I got. It's from John Riggins. We put this together from Bob. Bob Anderson suggested I contact you regarding some fittings we're going to need for the Hammond Tower project. Okay. Can you give me a quote on 3/8-inch threaded hose fittings, various lengths, blah, blah, blah. It's all very good. So the first thing I noticed is that Bob, if you look over here in my views, I've got Bob as my people. Bob is actually in P21, but I don't have John Riggins in P21 right now. So that's really, I thought that was just very, very neat because it goes out and it looks for the email addresses that are in this Outlook message. And it says, is this contact by email address inside of P21? If not, it gives you this button to go ahead and add it to P21. If you do have a contact that is inside of P21, it's going to go try to find a matching customer or account that is linked to this email address. And then if it can find that, it can bring back all kinds of contextual information about that customer that's in focus. So I think this is really, really cool because I'm looking at this, I'm looking at Action Industry Supply. Within this pane, within Outlook, I can see as I'm getting ready to reply to this email, I can see the account, which is Action Industry Supply. I can see some open tasks here that I've got to do. These are P21 tasks. I've got open opportunities down below that. So that's kind of neat. I see all the opportunities that are out here. I can drill down into the account detail, the customer detail, and it's going to bring back some really interesting metrics about this customer. So we get some year-over-year order dollar information, more information about all of the open tasks that are out there. There's more information about opportunities as well that are focused to us specifically for this account, this customer. I can see the contacts that are linked to this customer, as well as customer notes if I want to, and pop all this information open. Not only can I see this information, I can add new contacts from here. I can go back to the detail information and view more information. I can click here to go ahead and try to call for my computer. I probably never would do that, but I do have a click-through link to see this information if I need to. I can go back to the details. I can open up Bob Anderson, this contact specifically. And instead of having to go and maybe I've got a new phone number down here that they put into the body of the email, instead I can check on this real quick. And instead of having to go open up P21 and manage this, I can just edit it right here. What I really like is this one right here, is this add to P21. I don't have to take the time to say, yeah, I probably need to add this guy to P21 at some point. I can just do it right now. So add to P21, put in the email address, J. Riggins at Action Industry Supply. Go ahead and select the customer, which is Action Industry Supply. Right. You go ahead and put in the name, John and Riggins. And I'm going to call this guy a purchasing manager or sales rep or something. Normally we'd have the title on that email. I did not put it on here. Sales rep or sales. Let's make this guy a sales manager. He just got a promotion. That's great. Phone number, yes, it is 888-999-7278. All right, great. I can put some notes in here if I want to, but basically just save this in. And now John Riggins is in P21. I didn't have to go, remember to do this. I didn't have to open P21 to do this. I didn't have to do any of these things. I think that's really, really pretty cool. Now, if I go back over here and look at Action, and I see this information again about Action Industry Supply. Another neat thing we've added into these add-ins is that you can click this contextual drop down here, and you can open this customer in P21. Now, I don't have my P21 environment wired up right now to do this, but I can open it also in Web Connect. And this is what's really cool about these add-ins, another really cool feature. You don't have to have the full version of Web Connect to use the add-ins. You can get the add-ins separately. So if all you want is the stuff that works in Outlook, and this is all you really need for your team to start out with right now for a CRM system, you can get all the contact management stuff here. You can get this customer detail information, which I think is really pretty cool. You get the task integration, so you can assign tasks to people and view and review tasks and even complete tasks right from within Outlook, and opportunity integration right from within Outlook. So you can go ahead and start using opportunities and tasks if you're not using them right now in P21 in a really, really user-friendly environment. You don't have to have the full version of Web Connect to do this. But we're going to make it even better, because let's say you are using Rubbertree and you want to be able to fire open Rubbertree from these add-ins. We're going to make that available to you as well. So if you want to just fire up, right now I can go ahead and fire up Web Connect, but if you've had Rubbertree or some other, even if it's your custom CRM system that you've rolled yourself, we can even accommodate you firing up and opening a detail there. I'm going to show you what it looks like to open Web Connect. So from here, I'll go ahead and pop open Web Connect proper, and I don't know quite how I'm going to show this screen. So are you guys able to see the Web Connect screen, Brad, at this point? Or am I still in Outlook? Let's see if I can share. There it is. Share this screen. All right. So, so this is the customer detail now inside of Web Connect. So this is pretty cool. That we saw a lot of really cool information about the customer inside of Outlook itself. This is what the customer detail screen looks like in Web Connect. Now, if you have another CRM out there that you're using that's integrated, that you could pass on the parameters of, say, a customer ID and a company ID, great, we can fire that open as well. But this is what you see inside of Web Connect. Lots of metrics here. Year-over-year order and invoice history is available. You can see all kinds of neat stuff about suppliers, product groups, and all kinds of neat stuff along these lines. That is improving and declining product groups, all kinds of neat metrics. You can open up the customer address. You can, if you want to, grant permission to edit the address directly here inside Web Connect if you want to. You can do a lot of CRM-based stuff that are directly linked to this customer, like opportunities, sales calls, tasks. You can do the contacts that are associated with this customer if you want to. And here's John Riggins, the one we just added in, and he's in P21 as well. I really like the grid view for the contacts as well. So this is a neat feature inside of Web Connect that I think is pretty interesting, because you can see gaps in what you have. So for like Al Jones here, I see that I don't have a cell phone or email address, that type of stuff. But here's John Riggins, our new sales manager. I can edit this right here if I want to, and just add basic information, like if I do have a direct phone, I want to add that in, I can put that in right there. But I can also open up a detail of John Riggins, and this is some really cool stuff. So if we mentioned like integrating quotes and orders, and you're adding the contact, you put John Riggins on a quote or an order, you start to see some interesting sales information that build up over time for your specific contacts that are out there. So I think that's pretty neat stuff. I'm going to try to go back though. I'm going to see if I can share my Outlook screen again. Do share. Let's try to share. Yeah. All right. So I'm sharing now the Outlook. One thing I want to do, I think this is really cool. So if you have Web Connect, or if you don't have Web Connect, you might want to create a task. This one, I think I probably would. So I got this email. Bob Anderson suggested I get him my once quotes on some other things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a new task. I'm going to make this host fittings. And I'm going to say this is action. Again, action industry supply. And I'm going to make this a blah, 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 whatever. It doesn't matter what this is. We're going to make it a quote. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to make the primary contact go ahead and be John Riggins, because this guy we just added in. And the due date, I'm going to make it today. and I'm not going to complete this. And for the body of the notes, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and put it in my notes. Isn't that neat? Go up here, I'm going to save this task. So now I have a brand new task called hose fittings down here. It's in my open task pane, and I can take a look at that guy, and it's sitting right here. And then I can, if I want to, I can go ahead and view this in Web Connect again. I'm trying to share my screen again, see if I can go back and forth. I'm not very good at this stuff, I guess. Share. Web Connect screen. So hopefully you guys are able to see my Web Connect screen at this point. This is that task that I just created in Outlook. It's now in Web Connect. It's now in P21. It's really cool. I can go through and do all the stuff. I can change assign tos. I can add more contacts. We let you attach documents to this if you want to do that kind of stuff. Create follow-ups, all those kinds of stuff, and work with this. Now, if I have assigned this task, let's say I actually assigned this task to David, whoever the heck this guy is right here. If I assign this to David Emmerman, and you have the Web Connect system, he would have gone ahead and gotten an email that notified him that we've assigned him a new task. And in this case, it's his task to put this quote together for John Riggins out here. And if he opens the Web Connect system, he would see an alert that pops up on the screen. Hey, you got a new task assigned to you. You can go take a look at. So it automatically is going to notify your guy. So imagine, you know, the workflow here. I'm an inside sales rep. I get this email about a quote. I create a task and assign it to a sales rep. The sales rep's automatically notified. They automatically have a task. They're seeing it on their phone. They get an email, all of this stuff. So now John's got this quote. He would probably open up and look at the customer detail, try to figure out a little more information about the customer. We'll go and do that again. Do a little research about these guys. What's their purchasing habits? What's the stuff that they need or they don't need? So we go over here to sales with product group comparisons. See things like fittings. What are their sales volume in fittings? Is it up and down? Up or down? Is it pretty much the same? I can look at that for the item level information, and see they buy the 10143 base hose fitting. So I want to make sure and quote them on those guys. Here's their monthly stuff. I see it's a little bit cyclical. It looks like they'll go through June and July for pretty hot for hose fittings for some reason. And interesting. I can look at that on a chart and kind of see, yeah, it just kind of pops up and down. So a lot of these metrics are available kind of right here inside of Web Connect. Now, what I probably want to do at this point, if I am going to go ahead and work with John and put this stuff together, I'm going to go ahead and do a new quote. Web Connect allows you to not only do the CRM type of stuff, so you can create tasks and opportunities and do the business intelligence stuff, but we also have a module out there that will actually allow your sales reps in the field to create a P21 quote without having to actually log into P21. That could be real handy if you really don't want to give your sales reps access to the full P21 system, and all you want to do is let them do some stuff inside the CRM and then be able to really lock down permissions if you want to inside of Web Connect for what they can do with quotes. There's all kinds of routing you can do and permissions you can set up that say, hey, I want this sales rep to be able to create only quotes in Web Connect. I want them to be able to always send them into P21 as unapproved things, or I can even not even allow them to send them to P21 and have a sales manager review them inside of Web Connect and make changes if I want to do that. So I'm going to show you how to do that real quick by doing the new remote order. And what this is going to do is open up a form. And notice I was on the customer detail for Action Industry Supply. So it pre-populated. It thinks it knows that I want to create a quote for Action Industry Supply. So I didn't have to look up the customer. If I did, I could come over here and search for them with all kinds of search tools to find the customer. But I know the customer's already in focus. Now the contact, I do want to go ahead and put John on here, John Riggins, because this is the guy that's asked for the quote information. Go ahead and select him. And then from here, there's a lot of different ways that I can add items to this quote. Oh, by the way, I just need to check quote to make sure it's a quote. And that's about all I need to do with that guy. I can go over here to add items one at a time. So I know it's that 10143 based item that I have that he's bought before. So I'm going to select this guy, add him in. It's going to go get P21 pricing. So this is exactly how the customer is set up inside of Prophet 21 for pricing, which is really cool. You can change the quantity, unit of measure. If there's multiple here, there aren't, unless maybe in the box, maybe. I can change the price if you give them permission. A really neat thing, if you want to lock down sales reps so they can't change the price on quoting and ordering, you can do that. Just go ahead and lock it out, and then it'll just bring back the P21 price, and they can't change it. Save this guy in. Then I can, if I want to, I can add some notes on this guy, use some line item notes if I want to do that kind of thing. I can look at order history for this guy. So I just pop open the basic information about the item. Here, this is where my quantities are on hand and all of this stuff, but I can also look at things like this specific order history. So it looks like we ordered 100 of them back on in 14, and 13 we ordered 15, and another 13 we ordered 5. So they have ordered this item before. It's always been this $5.12, so probably leave it like that. So you get great information here to have. So if I want to now, I can just go through here and select these guys one at a time. But there's also other ways that you can go ahead and add items to this quote. And my favorite is this bulk add items. So we can do this from sales history. And so I know this is a 10143 item. So we do this. Let's find this guy. Set sign on it. Test this before I need to go back in time for, sorry. That finds us anything. Yeah. Well, right now, I'll just go ahead and figure out. Probably I got some parameter here I'm not working with correctly. I'm just going to go ahead and add some different items. It's real easy to do this from the bulk add side. Just do 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, and then just add the selected items. When I do that, it's going to go ahead and calculate the pricing for all these, mark them as quoted. I go back to the order, and here are all those items listed sitting here on this order. So from here, I can do some really cool stuff. I mean, I can edit the pricing. I can export this to a CSV file for a little Excel file if I need to. Maybe I just want to export that and send him over a spreadsheet. I can do that so he has the pricing and work with that. That's pretty neat stuff. But I can also just go ahead and email this directly out of Web Connect, and I can email it to myself, or I can go ahead and select John Riggins, and I can email him directly off the email address that we set him up in a contact earlier off that email if we want to, which I think is pretty cool. Put a subject in here, and away I go. I can email that and send that to me or him, and it comes in a really nice PDF format, or it can be the body of the email. You can do it either way. We have a configuration setting that lets you figure out how you want the quotes to go out. It's not the P21 quote. It's one that we build in Web Connect. So we can actually do some different stuff with it, like put disclaimers on it saying, hey, this is a web quote. This silly sales rep we don't really trust him. But you can do things like that, or say, quantity available. So all kinds of disclaimers and different ways we can format this quote that comes out of Web Connect that's different than the one out of P21 if you want, or you can make it look identical if you want to do that as well. I can confirm this. If I confirm that, all that does is say, hey, I'm done working with this quote inside of Web Connect. I want to send that into Prophet 21 now and let it do its thing there. And so you can do that either way. Some people live just straight out of Web Connect for quoting and never send those quotes into P21. Other people go ahead and do send quotes into Prophet 21. It just depends on how you want to do things. I'm going to do something, though, that I think is kind of interesting. So I've got this quote inside of Web Connect, and I think I want to, we had that task, the task for this stuff, and I know this is going to be a pretty big order. I mean, it's already up to $1,900, but I know they're wanting a bunch of these hose fittings as we move forward. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add this this remote order to an opportunity. So I can do this a couple of ways. If I already have an opportunity out there somewhere that I built in P21, I can just go find that opportunity and add this quote to an existing P21 opportunity, and that's fine. But in this case, I think I want to start a brand new opportunity just to show you how that process works. So I create a new opportunity, and this is creating a P21 opportunity on the fly. So in this case, I'm going to call this hose fittings. And if I want to, I can select a ship to. Now, if you're not familiar with P21 opportunities, and I know a lot of people aren't, they're really, really powerful, and you can do a lot of really neat things with them. We've expanded that somewhat. Inside of P21, you can only assign an opportunity to a customer. Now, imagine that you've got Home Depot as one of your customers, and you want to say, hey, this opportunity only exists for a specific ship to. You can do that in Web Connect. You can't do it in P21. So that's an example of us extending the power of Prophet 21. This guy only has one shift. Well, I go and select that if I want to. Contact ID. This is John Riggins again. We need to make sure John's on all of this stuff so we can tell what's going on here. So John, send. Here's John. Grab him. Add him as a contact on here. Put some description down if I want to. We're going to call this host fittings. Fittings are what they need. Yes, and there's our description. Notice the opportunity size. It's at 1986. If you go back and look at that remote order, you'll find that it's that same size, which is pretty cool. It goes ahead and calculates what the size of the order or quote is, and uses that for the total over here. I do need to select a item. I'm going to call this a project stages quote. So opportunities have stages and steps and statuses, and if you start working with them, you'll see there's a lot of neat stuff you can do. I'm going to set a next step date, 28th, just to remind myself a week off to do something, and I think we're going to close this opportunity by October 31st. If I click next, it's going to think about things for just a second as it goes and builds this, and then opens up the full opportunity screen. Now, full opportunity screen has a bunch of stuff you can do. It's got my description down here. This is an interesting thing down here on the opportunity description. Inside of P21, if you use opportunities, you'll find that you have one big text field for your description. You can add a timestamp to it every time you add new notes, but it's one big giant text field. We had requests to actually make this multiple fields, so our multiple notes. So there's a switch that we can flip, a configuration setting that says, hey, either use the way P21 does it with one big text blob inside of the opportunity, or we can make them notes. So if you want to make them notes, you can do that, and I have mine set up to do it that way. You say I got this opportunity here, and it's for $1,986. It's for host fittings. I got a little textual description down here. I can add more notes if I want to do that. I can look at my contacts if I want to do that. I got John Riggins on here. We can add tasks to this. So I can go create a brand new task to do something, and expand this opportunity out and really, get it going, involve other people in this process of selling. So maybe some of these host fittings that I've got out there don't exist in P21 yet. And there is a way you can quote items that don't exist in P21 through Web Connect. It's really, really cool. But maybe I need to assign a task to purchasing to go ahead and find these items, source them, find out how much they're really going to cost me, and maybe even get them ordered. So I could go ahead and create a new task for purchasing this related to this opportunity to go get those things. I go over here to my products tab. This is cool. So this, when I created the remote order, each item that's in there is assigned to a product. When I create the opportunity, it breaks down all of the items on the remote quote to their basic product group, so I can see how this opportunity is broken out based on the type of products. We have cylinders, couplings, and fittings. It should have been most of the fittings if I'd taken the time to do right, but in this case, you see the idea. Now I can add a new product group if I want to on the fly here. It doesn't have to be linked to the quote. You can just do that if you want to. Same thing with suppliers. I did not link the suppliers in, but it did not link that. You can add competitors. You can see any other opportunities that are out here for Action Industry, which is kind of cool. Orders and quotes. There's no P21 order and quote, but we do have this one remote order that we have created. So anytime I open up this opportunity inside of Web Connect, I can get back to the source remote quote that we worked with. If this quote gets converted into an actual live P21 order, I can get to that P21 order too, but it can be linked to the opportunity as well. That's pretty neat. I can get to customer notes within the opportunity. I'm going to skip over projects real quick. Attachments, that's just a way we can upload documents. Maybe I have a bunch of specs and stuff like that. Or this is the audit trail. This is the P21 audit trail. So we show that. We can show what's going on so you can see that as well. I'm going to talk about projects just for a second. Projects are another extension of P21 that we put together. And this came about because we've had clients that say, hey, maybe we have a building project, and I use Hammond Towers as one that I've created in the past, that says we might have multiple customers that are a part of this project, and we want to create opportunities that are linked to the project And we want to group and bundle all of those opportunities together for the project. So I could go ahead and say, I don't have a Hammond's Towers for this one specifically, but I can go ahead and say, I'm going to go ahead and link this opportunity to this Quincy building renovation. So I'll move that guy over. And you can link the same opportunities to multiple projects if you want to. So that's kind of neat, because you might not want to bundle or group your opportunities based on a physical project. You might want to say, well, show me all my hose fitting opportunities, and that are over, I don't know, $5,000 or something like that. And you have a special category for those right here inside of Web Connect. You put those together if you want to. But I'll show you what it looks like when you open up a project. So this is the Quincy building renovation. Open this guy up real quick. I said, I figured out what happened there. I must have a different URL in this different demo version. So I'll take a peek. I can go to the project. So I go to CRM. Back here, CRM. We go to projects. We get a full listing of them. And the Quincy building project is right here. It's got 22 opportunities linked to it. So I must have not something wired up on my live demo side. Interesting. I'll have to fix that. But the project listing is a wonderful thing in a project screen. Basically, will break down all of your opportunities by the opportunities themselves, any kind of tasks that are assigned to all of them show up on your dashboard, as well as contacts and quotes and orders. So it's a real neat way to manage a bunch of information about a bunch of different opportunities all in one place. So I apologize for the technical issue that we had on this, the project screen. I can show it to you on the other demo site. This live one, the one I used for Outlook, is evidently a little bit. So we've talked a little bit about the opportunities. You've seen them from coming in from the Outlook add-ins feature, all the way through to a P21 task viewed inside of Web Connect, all the way to the customer details screen, all the way through to a remote order form, linking that remote quote up to a P21 opportunity, which is, I think, pretty cool. We can assign tasks off of that, talk a little bit about projects, that kind of stuff. This is the opportunity listing inside of Web Connect, so it just gives you a place to search for and manage all the opportunities that are out there. I can filter this by a bunch of different stuff, by product groups, types, who it's assigned to, customers, all this kind of neat stuff, even customer classes and date ranges, things along those lines to make this stuff kind of fun. There's other views too that I really like for opportunities. One of them is the pipeline view. And so with the pipeline, you basically can go ahead and see all of your opportunities in these drag and drop cards. I know some of you have probably used something like this before. I just really love this as a way to just be able to quickly manage your opportunities. So since we've been working with Action Industry Supply, I might want to go ahead and just filter everything for Action. So I would, I must have taken the, I can filter by project. I must have taken the customer filter off of this for some reason in this version. Interesting. I can just do it by sales rep though. So let's just do Steve Colton. See what Steve's got out there as far as his opportunities in the pipeline. And if I want to filter for that, I can do that and then just go ahead and move those down the road. So he's only got 3 opportunities, but you can filter for multiple sales reps if you want to here. But this just makes it really easy to manage. Instead of having to open each opportunity and think about it, you can just open up the specific opportunities for a specific set of sales reps or something along those lines. We'll also have the forecast view, which takes all of your opportunities and says, hey, when are they going to close? What's past due? That type of stuff. And then win-loss view, which is also really cool. I haven't got a lot of data in here for wins and losses because I tend to not actually go win or lose my demo systems. But in this one, normally you can see what we're winning, what we're losing, and then filter that by things like, the product types or the opportunity types, things along those lines. So managing this pipeline can be a really cool thing, and being able to see what you've got inside of Web Connect. So anyway, we work through the opportunities. Maybe I go back and find that one that we did for the hose fittings. Maybe I win that opportunity and move forward and with that and go from there. But there are a bunch of features inside of Web Connect that we haven't talked about. There are a lot of analytic views. That was just kind of a quick straight line view through the system. that I wanted to give you to show off a little bit of the capabilities. On top of things like the full Web Connect system and the Outlook add-ins that are out there, we also offer some native apps that are pretty cool. One for service, if any of you guys are inside and doing any kind of service for your guys out there, we can really customize the heck out of the way service works to fit your organization better than what is done inside of P21. And also we have some native apps for vendor managed inventory, if you guys are into anything like that, that will basically allow you to go scan barcodes if you want to do that at your clients' locations. And of course, the cool thing about native apps is they will work offline. So a lot of times in a barcoding situation, you might be in a warehouse somewhere that you need to do that kind of thing with. And they're really cool. And we can customize those pretty quickly for you as well, and make those do pretty much whatever you want to as well. And again, they do work offline and that. So other things that the Web Connect system does beyond, this is just kind of an overview screen. It's just a lot of information here. We can customize this for you as well to make it do pretty much whatever you need it to do. There's an inventory lookup feature that I think is pretty cool that you can go through and look up items if you need to. I like to look for boxes because that's all I can usually remember. Usually there's lots of boxes out there for our people. It'll take you to things like an item detail screen where you can see all kinds of information, almost like item master inventory. It keeps growing and growing and growing, getting more information out here. There are things that you can look up for orders and invoices. We have the concept of leads, which I think is really neat. It's a pre-prospect, so you can create leads inside of Web Connect before they actually have to go inside of P21 and be used there. So I like that feature. There's a calendar feature that is really neat that'll show you all your upcoming tasks and things like that. This happens to be that task that I assigned to Dave. If I'm logged in as an admin, I can see everybody's task, which is kind of cool. I can move this guy if I want you to the next day, and it'll just drag and drop and things like that. So that I know that I could go on and on and on and explain a lot more stuff that Web Connect does. I would invite you guys to give us a call or hit up our website and request a demo if you'd like to see us take the system in more detail and different places that you would like to see that maybe are more pertinent to your organization. By the way, with Estes, we can install this thing in like less than an hour. It doesn't take any time at all. And we typically will give you a trial. And the trial can last pretty much as long as you want to, honestly, because people get sidetracked and do different stuff. And so we can install this thing, hook it up to your Play database so you can play around with it, look at your data in Play database, create opportunities in your Play database, tasks, remote orders, all that type of stuff, so you can see exactly how the system's going to work. And we can do the same thing for your Outlook add-ins. So please give us a call. Check us out on the web. It's p21connect.com. And with that, I'll go ahead and stop and see if there's any questions.
All right. Thank you for that, Andy. Go ahead and share ourselves out to the screen here. A couple of questions came in. Native apps. So how does that offline functionality work? Does it wait till it gets connectivity to load transactions that had been staged?
Yes, that's pretty much exactly what it does. It will work with the data that it has. So let's say you're using the native DMI app. It has a pretty interesting way of going through and finding inventory that is related to, say, the barcodes you're going to be scanning at the ship to you're going to be working with. It remembers them. But let's say you need to, for some reason, change those things around a little bit. You can do it within the native app, but once you're within internet access, it'll go resync basically and go bring all the items down. So one of the popular ways of populating the items that are going to be in a VMI barcode scanning thing might be using a P21 contract. Or you can also use a Web Connect quick order form, which I didn't go into, but they're kind of like P21 contracts. Well, let's say that someone is modifying the contract back inside of P21. As soon as the app hits the internet again, it'll go resync and grab new items that are on there, and then they'll be a part of the VMI app from that point.
Nice. Does it use the dates that were originally on those transactions? I think one of the fears I would think when I'm thinking through this is that the date of when the transaction gets physically processed versus when it gets updated in the system? Is it able to pass in those original dates, or does it use the date at the time of load? How does that function?
Yeah, I'm not completely sure, honestly. I'd have to defer to Ewell on that. He's the lead architect on the native apps. But for transactions type stuff, I mean, most of the native apps are going to be things like the VMI stuff and also the service type stuff. And I would imagine that it's going to be using the most relevant dates for things like the date last modified for whatever it is we're working with. Or if things expire off of the contract, for instance, it's going to be looking at that information at that time.
That makes sense.
I hope I answered that question the way that makes sense to you guys.
I think so. Another question came through. My sales team quite often is working over less than optimal networks. Do you have some form of multi-factor authentication available?
We do. We have multi-factor authentication available. It's an option inside of the Web Connect system. Some people run and some people do not. There are actually a couple of different forms of it out there. Again, it is not. This is not one of my strong suits in the system. It's more something that Ewell could answer that question for you. How we set that up. I know there's a bunch of different ways we do it, or several at least. And yeah, if you want to know a little more information about that, just give us a call or shoot us an email, and we'll get that answer for you.
Sure. So, Andy, I had a couple questions of my own. What were the most challenging developments when it came to streamlining and automating that sales process? What were the biggest hurdles to get over, would you say?
Wow. Yeah. Well, so we've been doing this for about 15 years now. And the one of the original hurdles that we had were that basically just understanding the database, understanding P21 is from the data level. I spent a ridiculous amount of time just learning all that information to try to understand how P21 did things, and then how we could expand and do things better than P21 does or different than P21 does to meet other organizations' needs. So to me, that was a very large challenge, just understanding the data model, and it was not for the faint of heart back in the day. Now these days we have the API that's out there. We can use that if we need to. There's all sorts of different ways to do that. There's a lot more documentation. There are people out there that are great at it in the users group, those types of things. But back in the day, that did not exist.
No, I don't imagine. Now, the way you described it sounds like there's a fair bit of tailorability based on a specific customer needs. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know if you remember, I talked a little bit about leads, and leads are that kind of cool pre-prospect thing. At least that's the way I thought of them. We had a customer who says, hey, we're going to import all of these leads from this lead generation tool we've got out there. It's got hundreds of customers. We don't want to, or thousands of customers. We don't want to put those inside of P21 because they're not vetted. They might not even be real. So the idea was, we'll import them, put them inside of Web Connect. You mine the leads. When you're ready, you click a button, they turn into P21 prospects. Well, we had a client that came to us and said, well, we want leads to be pre-opportunities. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. We can do that. So basically, we were able to go through and just underneath the hood, change the way the data flows and what links to what, and turn a lead instead of into a pre-prospect into a pre-opportunity. It only took us a couple of weeks to do it. That was with their specs and going back and forth. And then they were off and running. And then they also had some customizations that went for the projects. I showed you those kind of a grouping of opportunities. They had a completely different way of thinking about what a project is, as opposed to what a project is in Web Connect. And it had to do with the fact that in their world, in P21 you can link an opportunity to one customer. In their world, an opportunity might have multiple customers, which I thought was really fascinating, because you actually hand the opportunity off from customer A to customer B to customer C based on the stage of the opportunity, which I still think that's fascinating. And so even though P21 won't support that, and that's not the way we wrote it inside of Web Connect, we were able to make that change. And lo and behold, there's a new tab for their specific instance that has customers on it. So you have a primary customer that is linked to the opportunity, and then you have a set of other customers that have been linked at one time or another to that same opportunity. So that's just one example. We can do it pretty much for anything else you're looking for.
Well, that's neat. So you mentioned projects. My own background in projects, I come from a construction management background, which was very project based. Now, what industries were you originally tailoring the project module towards?
I think it was construction because we had it was basically that idea. We had the example that was given to us was, hey, we got a building project. We're going to put a building together, and we're going to have multiple customers working on this. We've got plumbers working on it, with different plumbers working on different parts of the thing. We've got people doing the pressure piping, all that kind of stuff that's out there. We've got people doing drywall. We supply to all of these different customers. What we need to do is we need to be able to group all these customers that are bidding on different parts of this project into one project, so we can see all that information in one screen. So what customer won or lost this opportunity? What customers do we have bidding on different parts of it? And just being able to visualize that and make some sense out of it.
Excellent, excellent. I just had a question come in through the wire.
Mhm.
Any chance this would link with Gmail?
With Gmail, I don't know. That I'm gonna have to defer to Eva. The answer is I think so. I believe so. We do it with Outlook. As far as the add-ins, I don't know. That is, I don't know that they would with the add-ins with Gmail. I'd have to ask Eva. There may be a way we can do something similar. I'm not familiar enough with Gmail to know if they have an add-in functionality that lets you link something like this. I guess underneath the hood, if there's a way to do that, it would work very, very similarly. We're just interrogating an email for various email addresses and then providing information based on that. I just don't know how the add-in thing works with Gmail.
Okay. Very good. So Andy, any upcoming features or things down the road that we should be looking out for?
Oh, we're going to expand these Outlook add-ins quite a bit, and there's going to be a lot more connectivity that works between those and the full core version of Web Connect. And because of that, we're looking at kind of changing the role a little bit about the full version of Web Connect based on who you are and the Outlook add-ins and which part of the system those take over, if that makes any sense. So in some cases, if you're logged in as a sales rep, the information that you need to see may be slightly different now than it was before. We might want to make things more centric based on the way things are assigned to you through the system. Another part of the system that we're really working to expand out is our customer portal side of things. I didn't go into that very much, but one of the big things that we have is a way for your customers to log into the system and find information about their orders and their invoices, to see what they buy, and to interact with your organization without having to call back office your service reps, basically. And I really like that because they can actually do things like they can place their own. I showed you that remote order form. They can place their own orders through Web Connect using that same remote order form. They don't get to change the pricing. They don't get to see profit, things like that. That's a pretty cool tool. And there's also some neat things we do with our quick order system that allows them to rapidly place orders as well. And we're working to expand those systems out to give them even more power and to provide more of a dialogue-based interaction with the back office, which I think is really, really cool. And also, I also wanted to mention something about the VMI app, which I failed to, but most people think of the VMI app as where something your sales reps are going to have their phone and they're going to go out and scan barcodes, and it'll definitely do that. But it's also possible to let your customers download the same native app, scan items, and send orders in that way. And that is a really cool thing. If you want to provide your customers with something that maybe a competitor cannot provide them, give them a native app that they can order by scanning barcodes in their environment. That's
nice.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Andy. Appreciate the time. Appreciate the run through of the Web Connect tool set.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, everybody. And we'll catch you guys next time around.
Sounds awesome. And we'll have Andy's contact information at the end of the summit. So for now, we will go ahead and take our next break. We'll have a 10-minute break here. So we will have Jordan coming back at the hour to talk about P21 APIs. Looking forward to that session. And I will get the next poll out here. And this poll, not surprisingly, is API based. And the question is, to what degree are you utilizing P21's APIs? please feel free to go ahead and fill those out, and we will catch you in 10. All right, excellent. Let's go ahead and review the poll results. Looks like, based on the individuals who responded to the poll, good 44% is not using the API at all. 31% have begun playing with it. 19% are intimate with use and using it as its primary means of connections, and 6% is still asking, what's an API? So we got just the perfect session for you today. I want to introduce you to my friend Jordan at Conveyance. Now, Estes and Conveyance, we've had a long relationship together. We've worked on several shared projects. Now, at Conveyance themselves, they're a system integrator. They specialize in Prophet 21 implementation and optimization. They have a long history in P21, bring that, with a real strong team and distribution industry expertise to their work. Now, Jordan himself, he's a business owner, he's an ERP consultant, project manager. He's currently out of sunny California. He has been with Conveyance now for more than 6 years, providing P21 services in both the functional side with logistics and supply chain, and then on the technical side with database administration, reporting, and custom solutions. And he'll be giving a session today on the P21 API. And I think this has been a topic that has been one of the more increasing areas of interest over the user community that I've found here. And so Jordan will be providing an introduction to that. And with that, Jordan, I will hand it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Brad, for inviting me to represent our team here today. And thank you for that generous introduction. I will begin the slideshow shortly and I share my screen and we can take it from there. All right. Share screen. Perfect. So you all should see the slideshow. Let me move some of these widgets out of the way. Excellent. All right. So as Brad mentioned, my name is Jordan Harding. I am one of the co-owners, co-founders, and a senior consultant for Conveyance Solutions. Brad covered precisely what we do and the services we offer in his introduction. So thank you again, Brad. I'd like to first talk about what I'm going to be talking about throughout this presentation, namely the Prophet 21 APIs. I'm going to first start with an introduction to APIs, broadly speaking. I'm going to attempt to not to dive too deeply into the details, understanding that from our poll results, we do have a few people here who are asking the very fundamental, the very good question of what an API is. So I hope to answer that question throughout this presentation. And then I'll dive a little bit more into the P21 APIs. Notice the pluralization there. There is a misconception I will cover about the API as it's commonly referred to. Then I'll talk about a few methods that I find to work well for developing API-based solutions. And then I'll cover an example that I've selected. And after that, we can go to some Q&A. I'm sure there are plenty of questions afterwards that I hope to be able to answer. So with that, I'm going to get started with the introduction to APIs. So a lot of people, most of the people here on this call have heard the term API. Maybe they've Googled what does this acronym stand for. I put that answer here. It stands for Application Programming Interface. What that basically means can still be ambiguous. Even after a few additional Google searches, you might come away from that not really understanding exactly, what this thing is, how it works, where it fits in. In a nutshell, how I would summarize it, it's really a communications protocol. It allows different clients and applications to communicate with each other. It establishes essentially the rules and the formats for how that communication is structured and how it's parsed and how functions based on that communication and operations are executed. So if you think of an API that way, you're going to be very, very close to being able to hit the road and actually start building things with it. So how exactly do these things work? So again, without getting into too many details, this interface, this communications protocol, it's something that sits on top of a web server. In P21 parlance, this will typically be your middleware server or a middleware server. It interprets HTTP commands. So these are things that you can essentially send to a URL endpoint. They're appended with a get, post, put, delete operation, which summarizes fairly well how the different operations can feed into the functions of the API. And what you get back from the API is typically an XML or a JSON data package that tells you, hey, this failed or this passed, here's your order number, here's why it failed, etc. So a lot of people, of course, don't have to work with APIs day in, day out. I myself don't work with them day in, day out. It's one of the skills I've developed over time. I'm still developing it. I have tons and tons and tons to learn. And so a common question that I get asked when I begin to scope out projects and assist some of our clients in heading down the road of building API-based solutions is, if I have to hire somebody to work on this, to maintain our solutions, to build something custom, or to integrate systems, or just to facilitate integrations with some of our third-party integrators, what skills do I look for? A lot of people will put, APIs on their resume, just like a lot of people will put like Excel and Microsoft Office on their resume. And so your mileage will vary depending on just that one tag alone. So the hard skills that I would look for are familiarity with HTTP, particularly structuring requests and interpreting response headers, familiarity with data formats, particularly XML and JSON, and then anything with P21, I would recommend heavy SQL experience or SQL experience. The entire Prophet 21 application sits on top of a SQL server. And so understanding SQL and having a strong knowledge of SQL operators, how SQL commands are interpreted by servers, how they're processed, as well as just data structures in relational databases like SQL databases. That's all going to be very useful, very practical knowledge if you set out to hire someone or just to work with APIs in general. Anything after that is typically going to be a huge bonus. However, the one thing that I would say that you probably want, in addition to these API specific things or Prophet 21 specific things, is somebody who has a strong background in application development or web application development. And that will typically come with skills like Python, which is a scripting language, the C languages, particularly C#, which is commonly used in business rules for Prophet 21 as well. So there's good overlap there. And then Java and JavaScript languages like AngularJS, all of that stuff is very useful because, as we'll get into later in the presentation, the API is a tool. These API requests can really be small parts of bigger solutions. So understanding that this API skill set really has to fit into a tableau of other skills is important to understand when you're looking at, who do I need to actually build these things out. Beyond that, as with anything that is network and IT and web application related or centric, strong networking fundamentals and a strong background in network troubleshooting is going to be extremely, extremely, extremely helpful, particularly if you need to install a new API framework, if you need to help a third-party integrator get established with the API, or if you need to just really troubleshoot something that went wrong. We've had a few clients, of course, who've done upgrades to their systems, not just Prophet 21 version updates, but they've upgraded their servers or their cloud computing. and it broke a lot of things, and they didn't have anyone that could fix it. So we get a call, and we do our best to help. Thankfully, to this day, I don't think we've let any of our clients down. So hopefully we can keep that trend going. But it just goes to show that strong networking fundamentals and troubleshooting just comes in handy whenever you set out to hire someone or to take on a work stream quite like this one. So I think that's enough about the skills and APIs, generally speaking, in definitional terms and how they work. I'm going to talk now a little bit about how they look, what it looks like to have an API in your tech stack or in your system, broadly speaking. Some people are visual learners, so I put together a handy little graph at which, or infographic rather, that API sits at the center of, and I have a very, very simplified explanation for how these things function. So in this infographic, a client could be Prophet 21. It could be an e-commerce site, which I've also included here, or a custom application. It could be one of many things in a very diverse, complex system, or a more simple one that is just the client, the API, and the database. So to simplify this as much as possible, once you have your API installed, you have that communications protocol up and running, and you've created users and you've configured access and everything like that, and you're ready to actually start sending payloads and receiving data. What this is going to look like is you're going to have your client or the application or your e-commerce site send HTTP requests to the API using that get, put, post, delete format. The API is going to parse that data. It's going to send it off where it needs to go. And then you're going to get back some data, typically in that XML or JSON format, which you can specify in your payload. So in a nutshell, this is what your system is going to look like if you build an API into it. If you take this API out, this is what most people have to this day in Prophet 21. A lot of people just haven't invested resources into developing their APIs. Like some of the people who have answered the poll today, they either don't know what it is, don't know how to use it, would like to use it, and just don't have it. And in those cases, if you take that out, then you're looking at, how do I connect my e-commerce site to Prophet 21? Do I just do some flat file SQL job solution? I'll cover that solutions like that kind of tangentially in later slides. Some of those solutions can still be very powerful. They can still be better than the API in some scenarios. And so we'll look at that in a little bit. But for now, I want to talk about the P21 API specifically and move on from APIs generally. So the P21 APIs, right? There's this common misconception that I've heard a lot of people talk about, particularly at the Worldwide User Group. People who are not in IT spaces, they talk about the API. And one of the most important things to understand, especially if you're a developer and you're just getting into API development, or you're just getting into developing with the Prophet 21 API, is that it's really multiple APIs. It's actually more than just the 4 categories you see here. In fact, the entity API, the second one in this list, is actually 2 APIs. It's a REST API and a SOAP API, which is a technical distinction. It influences how you send data, how you receive data, what the capabilities of the API are. And so understanding that you really have multiple tools to work with when you get the API package, the license from Epicor, is going to influence how you conceive of solutions, how you scope your projects, and how you execute and deliver against them. So with that said, I kind of want to cover briefly what I think the purposes and best fit for each of these APIs are. I'll start with the transaction API. So you can see on this grid that bulk operations, that's something that the transaction API is purpose-built for. So if you need to send a batch of sales orders or production orders or RMAs to Prophet 21 through some external endpoint or through some custom application, and you just need to create 100 of these orders all at once. Maybe let's say, for example, you have a web form on some customer-facing site, and you want to populate order data, and you want to send that to Prophet 21. The transaction API is most likely going to be the best fit for this. You're going to be able to populate all of that data from your web form into specific parts of your API request. You're going to send all of that data through the API to the Prophet 21 database. It's going to create all your orders. It's going to send you back those order numbers. And so you can give those then to your customers so that they can have a good number to track on. You can also pull out more data if you want after that based on whatever your needs are and the application you've built to utilize this API. But if you're going to do bulk data operations, the transaction API is going to be the best fit for that. The entity API, it does have some similar capabilities to the transaction API. However, I've found that the bulk operations are very narrowly defined. Some things just, it can't do very well. I've ran into error after error after error trying to get it to do bulk operations, and I found just the transaction API is so much better at it. If you do have to pass a single transaction, it can do quite well. Truth be told, I tend to use the entity API least or second least among these four, with interactive API probably being the least used one here, and I'll talk about that and why that is in a little bit. Next, I will skip the interactive API and talk about the data services API, sometimes called the OData API. In this context, OData stands for Open Data Protocol. It's a very common structure for amongst APIs, and the common use, the best fit for the data services API is really just to get data out of your database without having to have someone in SQL Server Management Studio querying the database with SQL or pulling a report directly out of Prophet 21. If you need to send data to a third party routinely, or if you just need to give a third party access to a specific set of data, you can use the data services API to define what data they need to they can access, and you can also give them the ability to just query your database views, not the tables, the views, and get any data they need out that way. So this can be really, really useful. If you have an e-commerce integration, you need to pull out price data, you need to pull out item data, you can use the data services API. It's very quick, it's very responsive, it's very useful really for getting this data out and just populating the information on your e-commerce website if that's what you're trying to do. So last but not least, on this slide, I'm going to talk about the interactive API. So if you look at the description for this API, particularly if you've already bought the API license from Epicor, they say it's a revolutionary tool and it does this and that and the other thing. Really, what the interactive API is it's a way to replicate a user actually sitting in front of the Prophet 21 user interface and going through whatever process that you're trying to execute. So if we stick with order entry, for example, this interactive stateful headless Prophet 21 session, it uses the API user token to essentially go through the order entry process, more or less click by click, field by field, and interacting with any pop-ups that come along the way, which is a big use case for the interactive API. You're basically going to have to tell it, this is the data I want to send. And then since it's a stateful API, which means it can send requests back to you for more data, and you can send more data back, and you can go back and forth and give it what it needs throughout this this step-by-step process. If you have for example, a business rule that triggers when you have a will call order check, so the will call flag on the order entry screen. I think that's in the front counter tab. Might be wrong about that. If you have that checked and you have a pop-up because of your business rule and it says, hey, this is a will call order. We only do this for a certain amount of customers or a certain selection of customers. Please make sure that your customer is one of these ones before you continue and save the order. And then you have to hit OK to clear this pop-up. If you try to create a transaction with the entity API or the transaction API and you have this business rule active, it's very possible that you get an error and it tells you that it was expecting input it didn't get, and you can bang your head against the wall trying to figure out what the heck did I not pass to the API that I needed to pass to get my data into P21. Realistically, because the error handling, the nature of the error handling, and particularly the lack of information that typically comes back at these errors, you won't know that, oh, there's this business rule. One of the ways to get around is just using the interactive API. You will get a request back that says, I need an OK, and then you just pass the OK to it, and it lets you continue through the process. And the next step might just be, OK, I saved it, and now it's in the database. If you need to do something more complicated, and if you can conceive of a process that a user would sit down and they would go step by step, and they would go from this screen to that screen and then back to this screen, and then, or tab to tab within a screen, or they add a line and then make an alert, or, you know, whatever you can think of. Honestly, the interactive API can do it. It is, I'm going to be perfectly frank, it can be a huge headache to develop for. There is a lot of time that can go into a scope or a project that involves heavy development for the interactive API. So that in a nutshell is the APIs that are, I guess, the most primarily used among the P21 APIs. It looks like 4, it's probably more like 6 or 7, depending on who's counting. There's a services API for administration. There's a few other APIs, I think. I would have to look at the documentation to be perfectly sure. But in a nutshell, I think the big concept I wanted to convey in this slide is that you really have to pick the right one for the scope that you're developing toward. And that can be a little bit of a chore sometimes. But among the suite of Prophet 21 APIs, you typically have what you need. And that actually leads into the next slide I wanted to discuss. So just generally the pros and cons of the Prophet 21 APIs. I'm going to start with the pros because I find it's better just to start with the positive things. It cushions a little bit of the negative aspects of the APIs I want to discuss. So right off the bat, I think what I ended with on the last slide, anything you can do in the P21 UI, you can do with the APIs, be it the transaction entity, or if you must, the interactive API. It allows you to connect multiple systems, automate some processes. I think that's probably why a lot of people might be interested in the Prophet 21 APIs. It can do this. I have built plenty of automated processes. I've helped third-party integrators integrate with it. It is possible. Some of you might have tried to take on some of these projects and had some success, maybe not. It's all very par for the course for the P21 APIs, but I would say just know that it is possible that you can do it. It just might take a little bit of iteration, some figuring some things out, and it might take a little longer than you think it did at the start. That's pretty common. Another best use case, I think, is it does make that data safely accessible to third parties. So if you do have a vendor that needs some data out of your database, and you want to give them access to the API, you can create an API consumer for them with a consumer token, and you can control their access from the API management screen. If for whatever reason you need to terminate the relationship, or maybe their company goes out of business or no longer offers that service anymore, it's very, very easy and nearly foolproof to just go in, de-authenticate their user, They're no longer a consumer of your API, and they won't be able to get any more data out if they try to send the same request they used to send. And they won't be able to get an authentication token after that. So it's really, in my mind, a really good way to manage third-party access to your database. And that's an important pro to keep in mind. Okay. I'll talk about the cons a little bit. Last thing I want to say is there's definitely more pros. There's definitely a lot more cons as well. These are just the ones that I selected for this presentation, the ones I thought were germane to this stage. So if later on we have some questions about, what else can we do with it? What else is good about it? What else is bad about it? Hopefully I can answer some of those. So onto the cons then. So one of the most consistent complaints that we hear or requests for improvement from Epicor is the documentation for the P21 APIs. Unlike a lot of more commonly used APIs, like maybe the Google APIs and the Amazon Web Service APIs, even the Stripe APIs for point of sale payment, the documentation for those is excellent. You know exactly what you're getting into before you spend a penny. You could probably develop for it before you even have access to it. With P21, the P21 APIs, it's gated behind the sale of that license. So you have to buy it to have access to the documentation, to know how to start developing for it. There are ways around that, of course. I'm sure you could find someone on the worldwide user group who has extracted some of the documentation, or who will let you see it on a screen share or something like that. But typically speaking, you have to buy it to get access to it. And then when you do get access to it, the common complaint is that it's not thorough, it's not comprehensive. It does provide some examples, but if you're trying to do anything more complicated than the most basic things, you're going to have to figure a lot of it out, which kind of goes to the next 2 points. So figuring out which API is the best fit for what you're trying to do, that can take some testing. Like I was saying earlier, you could have a very good idea of what you want to do. You could have a very good idea of what you need for a third-party integrator or service, and what you need to get into the database. And so let's say you set out to use the transaction API, and you find out it doesn't work because you have that business rule, or you have run into some other wall or limitation that you can't get around the transaction API. In a project that we actually very recently undertook, we thought it was going to be, a simple, quick turnaround thing. And then we found out, oh, it's actually a little more complicated than that. There's some issues with adding notes to this order. We had to go back to our client. We had to reevaluate, what we're going to actually do to deliver the solution they need. And we ended up taking a different direction. So that I think is fairly normal, but obviously painful in its own way. To all of these points that I've discussed, and as I mentioned on the slide, it requires a lot more iterative testing and work than some of those other APIs I mentioned that people might have some experience with. If you want to use the Google Places API to validate some address details, you could probably put something together if you're pretty experienced in an hour or two, and it works just fine. If you wanted to do something similar with the P21 API, first, I don't think it has the address validation capability, but let's say that it did, it would still probably take you, orders of magnitude longer, because you just have to figure out where this is, what the definition is. You have to reduce that definition to only the things that you want to send. It could be quite laborious. So that's something that I've heard a lot of people who have tried and who have successfully executed projects like with the API. They tend to say all this, have the same complaints, and there's some of the things that I outlined in this slide. So with that being said, you might ask, what works best? I just want to know what works. Just tell me how to do it well. I'm probably not the absolute best person you can ask about that. We have some people on our team that I would personally task with giving you those answers. And I don't typically include a whole lot of quotes from notable figures on my presentations, but I think this one from Mark Twain pretty much sums up my personal approach and what I find works best for the P21 API. It's, you know, whatever looks like looks the least like work. It's going to. I find it's a lot easier to build something that maybe doesn't work 100%, find out what's broken about it, fix it, and then determine if that fits best. I might try a couple other things to see if there's a better fit. But typically with the P21 APIs, just for the sake of not blowing a scope out of the water by working, you know, two times as many hours as we quoted, this tends to be the fastest and best process I found. So some tools I use and tools I'll recommend. I would recommend anyone who starts to develop for the P21 APIs or APIs generally to use Postman. There are other platforms, other development environments like Insomnia and Swagger, and I'm sure dozens of others if you Google it. I tend to like the feature set in Postman. I find it's very easy to learn. It's free, which is excellent. And it allows you to collaborate well with a team, which I really appreciate. Once you have your development environment of choice, or maybe you already have one, maybe you've already done the second thing as well. The most important thing you can do to be a successful API developer, in my mind, is to build a collection of requests for the APIs that you're working with. So in the case of the P21 API, you're going to want to build a collection for the entity API, for the transaction API, even requests for the interactive API. There are similarities, of course, between them all, but just having the very specific, you know, bare minimum requirements of this is what I need to get an order through the system by the API, it's going to really cut down on your development times, because you'll find out pretty quickly that, especially if you're a consultant helping, you know, a diversity of clients with their own diversity of needs, that you're going to run into very similar requests that require the same API calls or posts or resource, essentially. And just having that in your collection and being able to pull it off the shelf, just like with any development effort, like business rules, it is going to be a feather in your cap. It's going to work in your favor. So the two categories I would really suggest that people do this on first would be the transaction API, building templates for those, so sales orders, purchase orders, RMAs, all that stuff. And then OData calls for the data services API. And this will be commonly used views like the OE header, OE line view, PO header, PO line. All of those ones are going to be very common. And so I would advise just having those on hand. Some of you who have already gone looking for help, particularly on the Worldwide User Group Forum, might have found Philippe Maurer or Mike Moriasoli, both of which I would recommend getting in touch with if you have any questions, in addition to us, of course. But those two guys in particular, as well as some other people who are particularly active on the Worldwide User Group Forum for the P21 APIs, they're a wealth of knowledge. Their experience goes back long, you know, prior to when mine started. They can talk to you about the most deep in the weeds, most detailed issues and approaches that you could possibly think of. If you want to talk to Mike about Newman node alignment in the old Prophet 21 application and SQL thread performance optimization and load balancing and middleware servers, those guys are very excellent. They typically host the Worldwide User Group API roundtables. Excellent resources to have. Philippe in particular, and this is why I included this on this slide, has made publicly available a small collection of API resources for Postman that you can go on the Worldwide User Group Forum, you can download, and you can just start using. He's been very proactive in, he's been very proactive in putting notes and comments into his code, which is, if anyone here is a developer and they've had to learn a new language and you've had to work from examples, you know, sometimes they don't always have good notes, they don't have good comments. Maybe some people on your developing teams are the people you harp on. Please put comments in your code. I need to know what this does. I can't just spend time figuring it out. So Fleep has done that, and it's a very good starting point for people who are looking to build the skill set up. The last point I want to talk about here is really just a mindset that I find helps a lot. It's what I kind of led out with for this slide. It's the build it, test it, break it, fix it mindset. It's not always the most optimal, most efficient. Sometimes you know exactly what you need to do. But if you don't, and you're in a process of discovery, you can't be discouraged by initial failure and running into errors, and you can't stick with the same approach and just bang your head against the wall. You have to be willing to try new things. You have to be willing to take a success and also go back and revisit it and see how you can make it better, see if a different approach might actually be a better one. Along with that, testing those different APIs and understanding that last point that what works isn't always what's best. Those are all things that are going to come in handy for anyone who sets out to develop not just APIs, but a whole suite of other things as well in the programming IT space. So that's what I find works for me. Members on my team have slightly different approaches, of course. I think generally, almost from a philosophical standpoint, a lot of this stuff is applicable. And so I'd like to move on to an example I've selected. And I've reduced this, as with some other subjects I've already covered, into the basics. I find it's really helpful to just start here, start at this is what this looks like. This is what you can do, and then to build from there. So what I've done here is I've taken a example of an RMA order creation, so an RMA creation post through the transaction API. I've collapsed all the data elements, and that's what you see at that top screenshot. I've included comments here that say this is why this is required. All of the data elements in this post are required, at least for this environment. They will be commonly required in most of your environments as well. And then I've also expanded the top one, which is, if you're familiar with the Prophet 21 user interface, particularly RMA entry, if you open RMA entry, that first tab that you see at the header level that has your RMA number, that has your sales location, that has the customer, all that stuff, this is the data element for that I've blown up here. And it has the bare minimum requirements filled out here for what you would need to pass through the transaction API to get your order to go through, to get your RMA created. And so there are some things here, and I'm sure if you if you have the P21 API and you search up a transaction definition in the REST Services Explorer or whatever it's called on the middleware server, you'll find that there's a lot of, in the definition, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fields. Like these things could be several thousand lines of data. This entire post, I think, is about 180 or so lines. So if you think about the context of that 2,000, 3,000 lines of data, and all you really need is those 180, you can see very quickly how just building up these templates and having them on hand of, hey, this is all I need and I can build off of that. That is super useful because building those things can take a lot of time. It can take hours sometimes. And so just having them so you can start there is going to be a lot better. So I really just wanted to show an example of why I take that approach, why I think it works really well. I wanted to show exactly what these things look like and what the data looks like when you pass it through your post body to your API endpoint and then get a request back. What I would really like to do, Brad, and you and I didn't really have an opportunity because of our schedules and the timeliness of the event to really be able to coordinate. I'd like to be able to provide the two files that I have, really just pictures of here in the deck, which is this example this API post and then the response you get back with the order number. I'd like to make that available to people upon request. So if we could work that out, I would be, I'd be thrilled. I think it'd be very helpful.
Yes, definitely. I think that would be a great idea.
Awesome. Excellent. And regrettably, I was thinking about how, what's the best way to show a bunch of people outside our organization that aren't our clients, like I can't show them some of the clients based solutions I've made. I can't show them some of our proprietary stuff. So this was a brief and good way, I think, to show this information. Obviously, it's not as detailed as you would need to just take it and run with it, I think, and be very, very successful and do anything you want with the APIs. It's a very deep subject. I was thrilled to have the opportunity to talk about it. I would like to talk about it a little bit more. So I'm going to move on now to the Q&A. I know I'm a little ahead of time, Brad, but I think it's going to serve pretty well to have some extra time for questions for the subject.
No, I think that makes good sense here. Got a question that came through. Question is, how do you expose the API safely?
Yeah, so the API, you can configure a consumer, so it is just like an authorized user in your network. You are able to give a authentication token to that user, and then using the API management page, you're able to say these are the permissions for this user, and you can deauth them at any point and remove their access really with the click of a button. So it makes it really, really, really easy to manage access, which is one of the key pillars of managing your security. Other than that, you can also expose that user just to have permissions for certain tables in your database.
Gotcha. What have you seen most often? Have you seen API connection going through the firewall or at a higher level of aggregation like a Azure interface layer?
Yeah, so typically it goes through the firewall, I believe. You target a specific port on the endpoint that has to be exposed to your API client, the client that's sending the requests. So I believe it does go through the firewall.
Gotcha. And what have you seen so far in terms of performance? I know I'm not sure if necessarily with P21 specifically, but I've seen some other systems where the user base complains about the performance in terms of transactions per minute that can be processed with an API. I'm assuming it's on account of the number of layers that it's working through to get to actual business logic layers. What have you found there in terms of the performance? And have you found any tricks in terms of making performance better using the API?
That's a fantastic question. I think it's really one of those meat and potatoes questions that a lot of people have about the API. So let me see if I can break this into parts. I think performance is an issue with the Prophet 21 APIs, a big issue. From what I understand, Epicor is aware of this. They've hired a team to improve the performance, to retool some of the API architecture, and to kind of alleviate this issue. I know historically this was largely due to single threading performance on writes to the Prophet 21 database. I am not sure if this is something that's been alleviated by the advent of the P21 web UI. I wouldn't think so. But I know that historically, if you tried to write back a large mass of data transactions to the database, you're dealing with a single thread. And so to alleviate that problem, some of the people I mentioned, Mike and Philippe, they've tried a lot of things. They were going to pneumonode alignment and really aligning all the cores on their hypervisor to make sure that they were getting the best performance they could. I think one of the things that anyone can do is really have two middleware servers. If you're on the web, have one for user access, and then have one just for the API. And then make sure that middleware server for the API is optimized for single thread performance. So that would be fewer cores on that server, with higher single thread processing metrics.
Oh, nice. That's an interesting configuration for that. I'd never thought about that. That makes a lot of sense. I got another question come in. Does the API have any checks to ensure that you're not loading bad data?
Yes and no. All right, so it depends which API you're talking about. Again, the entity API has strong data typing, which means that you can't pass anything through it that wouldn't otherwise go into those fields. Moreover, the transaction API as well will kick back errors if you feed it bad data. So for example, on that example we looked at of the, and I can go back here, I think, if I'm still sharing. If we looked at the sales location ID here on this blown up example of this data element, if I passed in an extra 0, or if I passed in no data at all, I would get an error saying, hey, you need a valid location ID. Just like you would if you tried to actually save a transaction in the UI. You would get an error calling out that field specifically.
Gotcha. So if you were if you were integrating with the sales order service and loading part numbers that didn't exist in the part master, is there referential checks to make sure that you're not loading bogus part numbers, or does it care?
I believe so, yeah. If you don't pass a valid item ID, and this is to say, you could pass the wrong item ID, but if it's a valid item ID, it'll still pass. But if you just pass in blank data or just gobbledygook, you should get an error saying you need a valid item ID.
Excellent. We are still taking questions here if you have any more. One question I had, when you're writing custom programs to interact, do you find a best practice that your team has discerned in terms of where to store or locate those finished projects? I don't know if we're working at a DLL level or whatever the program kind of compiled format is. Do you find a best case of where to stick that information for things like performance or interoperability, what have you?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, Brad. I don't think there is a single best practice, and the reason I say that is because there's a tremendous amount of variation in the programs that you do end up building. It could be anything from a third-party program which doesn't even touch your network, and it's all of the API resources are just given to this third party. They integrate it in their system, and then they send the payloads and receive the data. Other applications, like something that would be DLL based, like a business rule, I would say would fit right in with the rest of the business rules DLLs. And then if you build a custom application, which I think was the source of your question, typically our clients have a good file structure and they want to have these resources placed in a specific area of their network. And there are just some ABC type requirements for where this should be. I think it should be a network discoverable drive that is not that is exposed to the user that needs to access it. So if it's a business rule, the business rule user needs to have credentials to access your network discoverable drive and the folder location inside of it. I think that's a really good way to manage these resources, and it keeps them clearly visible, and it makes sure that anyone who needs to go tweak something, further develop it, or identify where an issue is, if one comes up, they can find it.
Excellent. Okay, well, I don't see any more questions coming through the feed here, Jordan. So I think we'll call it a day here. Thank you so much for the session. This is a great session, digging deeper into the API structure that P21 offers. Really appreciate the time you put in.
My pleasure. Thanks again for the invite. Have a good
Very
one, Brett.
good. All right, and thank you, everyone. We are now going to take a 5-minute break. Talked with Brad, Ben, and Bogard from our team, so he's going to be jumping on here in 5 minutes. So we'll go ahead and handle that here. And I'm going to push the next poll. And our poll is. All right, so keeping with Star Wars theme, not watching Ashoka right now. Might have to catch that later, maybe not. Describe your sequel skill level. All right, are you a Jedi Master, a Jedi Knight, a Padawan, a Youngling, or me, myself, I hated the Star Wars movies. They had too many sequels. See what I did there? Anyways, let's go ahead and take 5 minutes and we will kick off Brad Van shortly. All right, we are back. Let's go ahead and review the results of our poll. So what we found was of the responders, 15% are pure Jedi Masters, 10% are Jedi Knights, and we have our biggest group here are Padawans of 35 and a fair group of younglings as well, and a fair people who are just in court with me and not too much in favor of sequels in general. So with that, let me tell you a little bit about my good friend Brad. Now, as you'll notice, there are two Brads at EstesGroup, and I got here first, so we call him Brad Van. Moreover, we're both Canadians, so when you say I need to talk to the Canadian Brad, that doesn't help anyone. Now they say I need to talk to the smart Brad, that sorts out everything. So what you're seeing here is a scene from a user group meeting with the Erie chapter that we had gave several months ago. Brad and me and the other Brad were there together, and Brad was giving a presentation on SQL Server best practices, and he had a virtual machine on his own computer that he was planning to use for the demonstration. Unfortunately, his virtual box barfed on him, so what he ended up doing was given an hour just riffing on SQL topics. We had a great discussion, big open-ended discussion with the rest of the team about all kinds of subjects SQL based. But Brad never got to give that presentation that he had prepped for. So that said, one of the reasons for having the summit this year was to bring Brad in and give him an opportunity to give that presentation that he had prepped so diligently for. So with that, Brad, let me go ahead and hand it over to you.
Hello, everyone. So a couple of SQL people walked into a high-end restaurant looking to go for an expensive dinner. A couple minutes later, they walked back out because there weren't any tables. Anyway.
I loved it.
Yeah, we should have canned laughter on these things. So like if you deliver a joke or a pun or something, it's not like crickets. At least I hear canned laughter.
Yeah, we should have some buttons.
So anyway, yeah, so to Brad's point, I was hoping at the Lake Erie users group to do a little bit of demonstration on SQL and go in and actually show. This is one of those things where it's kind of like Rubber Tree or Web Connect's presentation where slides just kind of don't do it justice. So I'm going to share my screen. And so here is my dev box that I wanted to show several months back and couldn't because it just didn't work. So anyway, so this is SQL Server Management Studio. So to the Jedi Masters and the Jedi Knights out there, this is a tool that often you probably frequent. It lists all your databases. It started here, which is your SQL Server instance. This is the actual instance of your SQL Server engine itself that's running on top of the Windows Server OS that manages all of your system databases and your user databases. And I got thinking to myself, how can I get this presentation into 45 minutes? So I'm left with really surmising. I'm going to target several things here. Inside of your SQL Server instance, there is a properties box that you can go to here. And what it does is it tells you your processors in that. And to, I forget his name earlier, was talking just before me here. Horrible. I was listening in, I promise. He was talking about NUMA nodes and such with memory and CPUs and that. Well, SQL Server is a server application that is NUMA node aware. So if it's on a virtualized environment, you can affinitize it with specific processors if you want. So if you have a host or a virtualized environment that spans a lot of different CPUs, you can dictate which ones are available to SQL Server. to optimize its performance when it comes to RAM availability. And I'm of a firm believer, no sense in starving SQL. You might as well throw as much RAM at it as you possibly can. In today's applications and the performance that everyone requires, the amount of data transacting, especially with P21 and the new web UI, P21 is not just made up of data tables that store your order records and transaction data. There's a lot of tables that store metadata on that data, your Dyna changes, all of those things that load windows and that store information in the database. And SQL Server itself stores data of itself in its own database, such as maintenance plan information, statistics, and stuff like that, which I'll touch upon here in a few minutes. So you can set all of these, you can affinitize how many CPUs you want to use, or which CPUs cores you want to use. And then you can get into one of the things that is of utmost importance on larger SQL Server deployments is that you don't install the logs, the data, and the backups, and the actual server instance itself on the same drive. I've actually worked with customers that were curious as to why their database was performing slowly as it was getting larger. And I said, well, that's because your log files, your transaction logs, your database files, your temp databases, and all the little components and intricate pieces to SQL Server are all sharing the same disk I/O and drive space. This is a huge problem and a bottleneck for SQL Server, one that can easily be overcome by having multiple disk drives that the OS sees as disk drives, so that SQL Server sees them as separate disk drives, so it can do multiple operations without waiting for the operating system to respond in disk I/O. So, and then the next settings that are critical here, and I touched upon this at the Lake Erie Users Group, is in SQL Server has the ability to do parallel operations. And I don't necessarily mean, oh, I can do multiple queries at the same time. I mean, it can do parallel computing on a large query that's being executed, that's a complex query, or what SQL deems as an expensive query that brings back many columns, many rows. There's a lot of filtering going on. There's a lot of operations in the SQL query. There could be variables, there could be parameters, all kinds of things going on in that. Querying tables that have many indexes. So you need to tell SQL, well, okay, if I run out of CPU power on one CPU, how long do I wait before I ask another CPU to help me out here? And I can actually break this query into separate pieces and go parallel with it and ask for more performance. So you have a cost threshold for parallelism, which is a time threshold that basically tells SQL, how long do I wait before I ask for help? And then you have the max degree of parallelism, which typically is how many parallel operations can I do at once? So usually you may or may not want to set that as the number of cores that you have on your SQL Server. You can try it. If you do, that basically tells SQL Server, don't leave it at 0, whatever you do. That just tells SQL Server, I've got free reign of everything on the server. That can cause problems for the OS itself. It may or may not. It may cause longer wait times because now you've got multiple queries running and you've now starved the CPUs to say, I can use all 4 for this query. If it's a really expensive query, then that means all the other queries that were waiting behind are going to go into an IO wait state, and SQL Server will not execute them until the previous expensive one completes if you set it at the maximum. Now I've got mine set at the maximum on my little dev box because I'm the only user logging on and I'm the only user running queries at any given time. So these are two of those settings where 40 to 50 is a good baseline to start, and somewhere between all of the cores you've got and probably half of the cores you've got. So if you've got 8 cores, maybe try it at 4. If you've got 4 cores, maybe try it at 2. And set those settings. And those are settings that don't need to be, don't require the server being restarted. You can leave the server running, you make these changes, and it doesn't require a restart at all. So that's just touching upon a few things with that. And I've worked with a lot of customers that they say, well, our database is running super slow, and the web UI is running super slow. A lot of it comes down to the search pop-ups. So in comes a bunch of database statistics that SQL Server keeps track of for itself. And these are called the DMVs, the dynamic management views. And they're a great little tool in SQL Server that a lot of other third-party applications actually bolt onto to give you statistics. A lot of applications where you usually pay for them, they're not free, but they can help manage organizations that don't have that IT infrastructure to assist in managing. My theory, my take on that is you don't have to be a full-on database administrator to know how to interpret the data and read the data necessarily. What you can do is access the data, and one of the places to start is these are just some queries that I've written in the past when someone comes and says, well, you know, I've got really slow performance and I want to know where my bottleneck is. So you've got the disk IO of the Windows operating system, and then you've got the disk IO throughput of SQL. So when you run a query such as this one here that's running against a DMV, now keep in mind this is on my little laptop running on a Hyper-V VM. So you've built some of these query statistics here that will tell you on my Play database, I've got an average read latency of 71 milliseconds. I've got a write latency of 7 milliseconds. So I average of 71. It's telling me, well, I'm estimating I've got some words in here that say if it's between certain values that it's poor, good, very good. This is just a litmus test to do a baseline check of, hey, I've thrown all this disk at my server. I've got a fiber channel SAN, or I'm on fast disks that my cloud hosted provider has told me are like SSDs, or are they SATA drives? What is that throughput capability? This is one way to see if my database is actually performing without any significant bottlenecks. Then you can get into things like, how long is my SQL Server waiting for IO? This comes down to the parallelism statistics and stuff where I've got expensive queries running that are returning data. Well, SQL can only process so many of those at a time before it starts to make everyone else stand in line and wait. So this is usually a run on demand kind of a thing. Some of these SQL queries you have to run while they're actually running, so it will tell you, hence the term dynamic management views. Another query that's I have worked on is, this is a useful one here. I've kind of built it over time playing around with it. And I don't know if anyone is familiar, P21 has Epicor has a data dictionary that you can go up and look up columns and all of that, but you got to kind of, I got to look up this column and it'll tell me what other tables it in. It'll tell me, is it the primary key? Is it the foreign key? That kind of stuff. So this query here, when you run it, will tell you the relationship between the tables. What's a primary key? What's a foreign key? It isn't going to tell you what the indexes are, but it will tell you the column count on the table. It'll tell you how many rows. Everyone is familiar with the infamous audit trail table. We've worked with multiple clients that have had audit trail issues where it has just ballooned out to a massive amount of rows over time. And in retrospect, it ends up causing a lot of slowdowns. Because of the way the indexes are designed on that table, SQL Server tables are no different than a library. If I was walking into a library and I wanted to go find an article inside of a book, I'd start out with the Dewey Decimal System, look up where the book is, where is it in a row in the library, and then I open that book, and then I look in the table of contents or the index to go find the article on a page number. It's no different. The same analogy for tables. Tables have indexes. Those indexes tell SQL where to go get the information in the least amount of time. For instance, if I look at the audit trail table, you'll see that it's got several indexes. Well, the audit trail table holds a lot of columns. And this here, non-clustered indexes typically are text. A clustered index will be something that is numeric more times than not. It'll be a UID field, a primary key field that's a number like OE header, UID. If anyone has queried P21 tables, most of the tables have a UID field. Except invoice does not have a UID field. Interestingly enough, the invoice number, which is a text string field, is a primary key, and it's non-numeric, it's alphanumeric. So invoice table is a table that can cause a lot of slowdowns. If you're running sales history queries, you want to query the invoice table. I came from an organization that I worked in IT at, and the invoice table, I don't know, they were invoicing probably 600 orders a day on a slow day. So that's a lot of records. And over time, you get users that want to run a sales history report for an entire year. And now all of a sudden you're pivoting that data. So it becomes a stall point because the invoice number is a non-clustered index. So its table performance is always going to be a little bit slower than it might be on the OE header table, just because of the circumstances of the index. And one of the tools in SQL Server Management Studio is the query plan estimator. And before I get into that one, I'm going to talk about another thing that I forgot to mention that a lot of users have experienced that are going through the whole P21 upgrade process is the cardinality estimator. The cardinality estimator is this little essential tool in SQL Server that basically tells the SQL Server how many rows are in a table. And the SQL Server Query Optimizer, which is the tool that basically optimizes the SQL Server queries, it's a cost-based query optimizer. In other words, it looks at each step in a query, whether it's a join or an operand, like a equals in a where clause or greater than, less than, looks at all of those pieces in a query and breaks them down into a cost. And you'll see how all these things are interconnected. And once you understand how these things are all interconnected, because the cardinality estimator is and the optimizer are cost-based, it looks at a query, looks at your SQL query and says, what do I need to do this? Well, it has to go and grab a bunch of rows to estimate how I'm gonna go about building this query to get the information that the query is requesting. And it looks at each of those points in the query and calculates out a cost. And then it adds up that cost. If that cost is beyond your cost threshold, then SQL will go parallel when it's executing that query on the fly to say, I need more help to run this query. I can't do it with a single processor. So I need to go parallel. So you'll see how all of those little pieces are interconnected in SQL Server. That cardinality estimator is a feature that, well, Microsoft has been evolving SQL Server probably faster than a lot of applications running on SQL Server have evolved. In other words, using keywords, built-in functions, all of these things that are part of the SQL Server database engine that are tools to use, all factor into that cardinality estimator. And if you're building an application and you're using some of these tools that are legacy, and Microsoft is moving their SQL Server version ahead, you may have to set your compatibility mode lower. And up until recently of 23.1 for P21, they were recommending that if anyone was on SQL Server, like I think it was 2016 was the cutoff, that you should run it in compatibility mode for 2012, because the cardinality estimator, if you turned it on to be the newer one, was causing queries to perform poorly. For example, search windows in P21 may perform poorly. Some of your own queries may perform poorly. But when you're writing your own queries for your own reports, you can influence that decision-making process. And you can actually set those boundaries at the query level. You can even with what's called a SQL hint, or you can set it at the database level. So on mine, I'm running mine on SQL Server 2017. But if I was to look at a database under here, and when I'm saying compatibility level, you're going here to options, and you're looking at compatibility level, I'm running at 2017 or 14.0 or 140, they call it. And I'm going to show you on the one of the things that I had a lot of queries open ready to do some things here. So there's an execution plan estimator functionality that is a very, very useful tool in SQL Server. There's two tools if you're a SQL developer, and as I'm sure the Jedi Masters will use this all the time, and the Jedi Knights, is SQL Server Profiler, which is a little sneak peek tool to see what queries are running against the database at any given time. It will tell you the query text. It'll tell you the application that's running it. It'll tell you the process ID that's running it, the user, it'll tell you the user that's running it. All kinds of information that SQL Server Profiler. It launches as a separate tool under here, and you'll launch SQL Server Profiler, and you can profile any queries that are running. This is an indispensable tool, and I use it all the time working with clients to find when something is running, because there's just so much going on in P21 application that it's hard to tell, and you have all kinds of filters and column filters, and you can tell it what you can filter on specific things. The caveat that I say to people is, if you're running this against a live database, try to do it after hours or when there's a minimal number of users logged on, because it will impede your SQL Server. It can do it significantly. Another one is, like I said, the execution plan estimator. So there's some functionality up here, you'll say display estimated execution plan, include actual execution plan. So if I click this and I highlight this query here and I say execute, it's going to tell me my execution plan here, and it tells you a lot of information. And you look at this and go, oh my God, what am I looking at? The key things that you're going to want to look at is the estimated IO costs or the operator costs, subtree costs, the number of row reads that it had to do, because in here it tells you little pieces of information. And you'll notice I'm querying the invoice table based on a filter here, and it's telling me, I keep hovering over that, the saying that the operation that it performed here was a index scan of a non-clustered index. And you'll notice here, a better one would be if I go to another query here. And if I say this one here, you'll notice here, there's a lot more steps in this one. This is the column store index scan. You'll see here that this is a non-clustered index. All these are non-clustered index scans. But the fatter the line between each of these steps, it's basically telling the estimator that it had to bring back this many rows before it could determine if it was going to bring back everything that the query actually requested. So out of several 100,000 rows, it had to bring back 251,000 rows. It's estimating that it's going to bring back 251,000 rows to execute this query. So that in itself consumes time. So these are things that you can look at. And then what happens is you'll actually see here when you run this, if I run the actual estimated plan, it didn't give me the error warning message this time. A lot of times if you're querying the invoice table and you want to run the execution plan against it, you'll see a little green warning here saying maybe it's recommending to you to add a clustered index. So it sees the invoice table and says, hey, gee, there's no clustered index on this table. We really could improve the performance of this. So one of the things you might consider is if you were building a custom report, you may want to create an invoice table off to the side if you're always reporting on it and add a clustered index to it and call it invoice header UID number or invoice number UID or something like that that's a clustered index. If you're always querying reports, you could significantly improve the performance of your query. Another thing that you might consider if you're building reports is oftentimes table variables. You can use table variables. You can add an index to a table variable, which is just a temp table that only runs and exists for the length of that query session. And then it's disposed of. They're super fast. And oftentimes now in versions of SQL Server going forward, they have optimized table variables. I believe in 2017, they really started optimizing them. In 2019, 2022 is out now. They've done a lot with memory optimized table variables, memory optimized tables, where you can actually run a table in memory and query a table in memory. It doesn't even go to disk. So you could have massive reports if you've got, I've built inventory forecasting reports that do a lot of data pivoting and unpivoting. They really do a lot of data grinding. You may want to investigate using table variables, memory optimized tables inside of those types of queries. What you really want to work on is if you're doing a lot of reports, you may want to consider building SQL views. You'll notice in P21 database that there is a view for pretty much every table. And a lot of times the views actually have more information in them. Case in point, I'm targeting the invoice table because it's such an easy one to target. The invoice or P21 view or sales history report, which is pulling the invoice tables, has a lot of other columns that you can query that view, which is already an optimized view, instead of building your own query against invoice header and invoice line and joining those tables. You may find that actually joining against the view on invoice number, if you're just adding some other field, might actually improve the performance. A brief word on SQL operators. Try to minimize. I tell people, try not to use select distinct if you don't have to use it. It's a buzzkill on large queries. It can be a buzzkill on performance. Count star, also bad. You can do things like, back in the day, I come from an electronics background. You were taught Boolean algebra, ands and ors. Try to reduce the number of logic gates. I've seen a lot of queries where people put a lot of ands and ors in their where clauses. Try and break it down and reduce it, because SQL does execute those in a specific order. I think it's ands before ors. So if you've got nested ands and ors, you want to try and reduce those filters. I like to use common table expressions. Some people like to use derived tables. And if you're not familiar with what those are, I wish I could go on forever. I could go on forever. I could just literally talk for hours and hours and hours and hours. And SQL can be a lot of fun, but it can also be very frustrating at the same time. That's a very, very powerful tool. Has a lot of tools built in it to allow you to do just about whatever you want. You can even connect to APIs in SQL Server now. It can handle XML, JSON, all kinds of stuff. They're not very performance effective, but one of the things I found in my years working with SQL is the query optimizer, plan estimator is a useful tool. The DMVs, very useful tools. I use them all the time to see. You end up getting and to one of the other Jet presenters' points is you start building a repertoire or a stash of queries that you can run. You just go in and you can quickly find and target problems. Like a lot of the DMVs queries that I built over time just are little quick onesies that you can go in and run against, another one here is this will check your index fragmentation. I've worked with clients that say, how can I tell if my indexes are fragmented? I don't know if my maintenance plans are running well. Updating statistics, updating indexes. I've seen a lot of maintenance plans where you've got the update statistics and reorganize indexes all in one maintenance plan task. Break them out. Same with the backups, transaction log backups, database backups. Obviously, transaction log backups should be done as often as you want them. If you had to do an emergency restore, something happened catastrophic in the last 20 minutes, but your company puts 1,000 orders in like a half an hour. You may want to say, well, my SQL log backups are going to happen every 15 minutes. When people go, that's a big performance impact on SQL database. No, it's not. It's actually worse if you wait for longer intervals, because it can put locks on certain things on the database. I found that you want to try and kind of get a happy median on when you're doing the log backups. SQL backups, obviously, every day. Statistics and indexes. If your indexes are getting out of joint that badly every day, there's something bigger going on behind the scenes that you may want to consider investigating. Updating statistics and updating indexes and defragging, reorganizing your indexes, whether you're using Olin, Hallengren's optimization queries, you've written your own, I've written some simple ones, or you're using the built-in canned maintenance plan strategy in SQL, which is solid, it works. It's limited in its feature set as far as choosing threshold levels and stuff like that. But you should only be really running those maybe once a week, twice a week at most. Running them every day, it doesn't add a performance benefit. And the reason being is you can tell SQL Server to defrag the pages of the indexes and pages of a table all you want. It's still going to base it on there. It has its own built-in threshold logic to say, you know what, there's only 50 pages to this table. Why am I defragging it? It's a waste of my time. Move along. And it'll just go and pick on bigger targets. Now, when you're talking 2,500 tables or whatever the number of objects is, there's a lot of tables in P21. You're just telling it to do something that it doesn't need to do. I typically would look at and say, okay, here's an example of a non-clustered index on, I didn't order this in any specific order. I guess I should have on that table, but you know, you look at this and say, oh, it's only got 745 records in it. It's the number of pages is 11. That's nothing. I mean, it's not even worth, even if that was 90% fragmented or 99% fragmented, it's not going to offer you any performance gain. Typically, the threshold before the user experience would start to suffer, and I can attest to this because I've done many different tests in the past, trying to squeeze every little bit of performance out of a SQL Server as you possibly can before you call the mercy rule. 25 to 30%. If it's anything less than that, nobody's going to notice. That's kind of the threshold. If it's 25 to 30% up to, no one's going to notice a performance impact. When you start going above that on tables that have large record counts, whether it's clustered indexes or non-clustered indexes, you're going to find that you might start to see performance degradation. But P21 23.1 has, you know, they've done a lot of improvements in how fast it queries stuff. And we've done a lot of work with clients on earlier versions of P21 to really tweak and performance tune their database, that when they actually get to 23.1 is going to be, you know, light speed, pretty much the hyperdrive from the Millennium Falcon. So there's lots of things you can do to throw performance at SQL Server, but if the application that's running on the user database is poorly tuned and inefficient in its queries and how it queries the data and how you organize the data and how the table structure is built on SQL Server, it isn't going to add any benefits up to a point. There is a threshold. And plus licensing costs for SQL Server to say, I want more cores, is not necessarily a benefit to you. Performance tuning your queries, though, and using these built-in tools like the estimated execution plan, looking at what that really is, what it looks like, interpreting it, run two queries side by side, you can really start to see where your queries are suffering, where you can tune them. There's lots of information on the internet on these tools. I've learned things as I've gone along, to be quite honest. And you end up finding a need and you figure out the how to do it, when you need to do it. Don't let things get so bad it's easier to learn the best practices sooner than later, before it becomes a problem. I find there's different ways you can tweak your query logic. One of the steps I often tell people, I look at a query, and I've worked with a client that we did a bunch of SSRS reports for, and they come back and say, I've looked at them and said, some of this query logic is older, it's not optimized, and the more data you get, the slower these are going to run. So now end up circling back around to try and performance tune some of the reports and rebuild the queries and tweak the information in the queries so that you're getting rid of some of the joins. Possibly you're using nested tables. Maybe you're using a union instead of 20 joins. You're going to break it out into a couple of union selects where you're bringing back records. One of the places to try it is really use these tools. Like I did this example here. This is 3 unions bringing back the same information that this table brings back the same information that this query brings back. These are 3 queries written 3 entirely different ways that bring back the exact same information. That SQL Server may choose to write a different query execution plan for each one of them and tell you, I'm executing this one this time this way. And there are ways to actually force SQL Server to keep reusing the same query plan. If it looks like it's the best one, you can add a hint to it to say, use this query execution plan every time. And just another note, and then I think we'll break to questions, because if I keep on going, I'm just going to go right on over and to bedtime, and everyone will just drop off and I'll be the only guy left on the call. But if you click on this as an example in the execution plan and I highlight the select, actually, I have to rerun it this way. And if I click on here, it will actually tell you the competitive cardinality estimator mode version here. So it tells me that I'm running 140. So I should not have any problems with any of the P21 versions running in SQL Server 2017, where I run into errors and stuff. If you do, then you may want to turn the compatibility mode back. But I can tell from this execution when I executed it that I am clearly running this compatibility mode. And it tells me every statistical piece of information I could ever ask for on that. And it tells you basically the cost. So I think on it there, those are the really ground level kind of key points, touching points on how you can optimize SQL Server and how you can go look for the hints or the information if you feel that it's not working to optimum performance. There are the tools right in SQL Server Management Studio. You don't need to go buy other software. You just need to know how to use the tools that came licensed with the product. And once you figure out this and start playing around with it, it's a rabbit hole you can go down. It can sometimes take hours to investigate, find problems. We've often found issues where you're trying to help other support techs to get a query that finds when an error is actually taking place under what user session. So it's how do I go about finding that? Well, you might use SQL Server Profiler. You might use some of these tools. You might want to do a trace on the SQL query executing itself. You may do multiple things. So those are all just really good tools you can use at your disposal. So I think I can end it there and I'd rather take on a lot of questions if there's a lot of questions, and if not, no. I scared everyone off.
All right there, Brad. Looking here for some questions, and still have plenty of people in the attendee booth here. So if any of you Padawans or younglings, or even if you're Jedis out there, have any opinions, by all means, raise them up here. So Brad, when you're working with SQL as it is fronted by, say, reporting solutions like SSRS or even say Crystal, what's the best way if you're doing, say, a Crystal report inside of P21 to be assessing its performance? Because I've seen, in the past, Crystal reports have had, at times performance issues. What's the best way to go around trying to tighten one of those up?
Yeah, so Crystal reports, there's multiple ways you can get queries into Crystal reports. You can put the SQL command in the report itself, which will just get passed as a string to SQL Server. You can actually create a view in SQL Server if you have access to it. If you're SaaS hosted, you're left with using the views that are exposed to you to use. So there's really no option to performance tune those other than just making sure your query logic is good and you don't have any of those tools at your disposal to look at them. But I do believe actually in Azure Data Studio, to that point, has a query plan visual tool that you can run. I've actually never tried it against Epicor SaaS to see if it actually executes. But you would probably use SQL Server Profiler, run the report, see the query that's actually being executed using SQL Server Profiler. Then you would take that query and stick it into SQL Server Management Studio and maybe actually run through these steps where you would look at the execution plan itself, maybe dissect into it a little bit more, see if it can be performance tuned, or you might want to try building a report a different way that groups the data a different way. For instance, I'll use the blind example, select star versus selecting actual column names, right? You want to, if you're not needing the columns and you're not needing that data, remove it from the query. I know a lot of people have written large queries where they've got all the data in there. They actually comment out the fields, but they don't actually comment out the joins. Well, SQL Server is still going to use that join, and it may impede its execution performance. So if you're not using any of those columns or rows, then go back through, make sure your SQL logic is always as clean as possible. Get rid of any superfluous things you're not using. Save it off as a version if you want. I usually do that where you save it as a version and then you keep the most current one, the cleanest one on the report itself. But that's the way that I would sort of reverse engineer to try and troubleshoot if there's a performance problem.
Right. Another question. When you're writing a report of any type here, I've seen cases where a report will get written and it'll end up with a lot of filtering done post query, I guess is the way of putting it. So you'll get a big data set returned and then the reporting tool will filter that down to present it. So you end up with some pretty big data sets being passed. Do most of the P21 reporting options allow for a degree of parameterization so that those filters run on the server and don't have to get passed back, in a big data set?
Yeah, so good question, actually. There are multiple ways that I've run into over the years on that is to sort of, I always use the terminology, let SQL Server do as much of the heavy lifting as you can, because it's optimized to bring data back from a relational database already, where a lot of these reporting tools are multi-pass reporting tools where it will go actually and get all the data first and then run your filters on the report to clean it up and filter it. So to your point, yeah, that is your report can actually take a performance hit. If you can pre-filter it at the database side first in the query, that's usually the better option to increase the speed. What I've even done in the past is a quick example that I just recently did was rebill invoices. P21 stores the rebill invoices in the same table as the invoice. So how do I know what was the last rebill invoice that's attached to, because you could have a rebill of a rebill of a rebill and keep cascading it till the Jedis come home. But what it ends up doing is giving you false positive information. So what I've done in the past is you put all of that into a temp table in your query, get all that information in a temp table first, and then query against it. It's much faster. Because you're indexing it, it's already in a table. Now it's gone and gotten that very specific information. Now I can query or join against it. I've got a fresh index that was just organized and built. And now I'm querying against that index, and SQL will, I've done that in queries where you've literally knocked off 75% time.
Nice.
It's crazy. You would think it should run the same way, but it doesn't. It actually will recompile it and run faster.
Excellent. Now, if you're asked very generically in a P21 context to provide a report that does something, do you have a set of tools that you would prefer to use before? Do you have like a portal, then Crystal, then something else? Do you have like a triage or a decision tree that you go to if you're just being asked to return data?
Because I love working with the tool, I'll always ask clients if they've got availability to it. And if they're, say, in our Echo, I know they do, is SSRS, because you can use Microsoft's integrated development environments like Visual Studio to actually build SSRS reports and do some really cool stuff with them. Even BI, you can use a lot of these tools and build these reports out. Infomaker portals, well, they plug into P21 for the most part nicely. And what I mean by that is once you test your database connection and everything else, P21 will pretty much take over that connection and use its own session connection and just run the query and the report, and it plugs into P21 relatively easy. The design tool is where the limiting factor is on that. It's the archaic. It's not a very user-friendly design tool when you want to do very sophisticated reporting things. Like it's just not. Crystal reports, it's not a lot unlike SSRS, with the one exception that SSRS is 100% web UI all the way. It has its own web server services, where Crystal Reports is, there's a lot of report executing software out there. Even there's open source stuff. You can generate a Crystal report and view it and compile it as a PDF. Or you can use the web version of Crystal Reports, which is a Crystal Reports server, which is not licensed by Epicor. It's a separate license, but it will do the same thing as SSRS. Either of those tools are extremely powerful. I just prefer, it's what you prefer and what you end up getting comfortable writing in. I like writing with SSRS because it does plug into P21 quite well with the web UI. Actually, it's a really good tool. So.
Excellent. All right, we did get one question come in, but it was not especially technical. It says, as a Padawan, I glazed over at some of this, but it's important. Will slides or some other reference to this be available for study? And the answer to that is yes. what we're going to do, we're going to take this recording and deploy it to our YouTube page. So when that's done, we will send some emails with links out to the attendees so that you can follow that up. And if you need to have a second look, you'll have that ability there. So with that, Brad, I think we're out of questions. So I'm going to release you for this session here, and we will start our break with one more session coming up. Our last session is going to be on the subject of the web UI and the migration that customers have been making towards that web UI. So that will be what we'll cover when we get done with the next 5 minutes block. So let's plan to circle back in 5 minutes, and we will then jump into that. And here, before I do that, let me put the last poll out there, and we'll launch that. Question here, not surprisingly, web UI. So what is your status related to the P21 web UI migration? So are you fully migrated? Are you split between the UI and the desktop? Is everyone still on the desktop, and you're starting to try, or you haven't tried at all? So we'll circle back in 5 minutes and see where we stand there. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, thank you everyone for sticking around, and let's go ahead and have a look at the poll results here. So the interesting results here, so we say 33%, so a full third of the respondents have fully migrated to the web UI, so that's awesome. Good 47% are right now split between the web UI and the desktop application. So that would be the 2021.1 situation that we're going to talk about today. We have a full 13 who are still exclusively on the desktop, but testing out the web UI, and 7% haven't tried the UI yet. So a good distribution there of different circumstances here. So today, let me first introduce myself here. So I've been talking this whole time, but now I actually get to introduce myself. Brad Feeks. I've been with the Estes group here now going on 10 years. I came to Estes from the Epicor Kinetic world. So I was a Kinetic consultant initially, and as I've been working with the Estes for several years now, I've been lucky enough to work with some really smart people on our team like Brent and Brad, among others, to learn more and more about the Prophet 21 application and some of its challenges, and have had some opportunities to be at the user community group meetings and such, and learn more about the challenges that users are facing. And one such challenge seemed to be related to the web UI migration. So today we're going to do a little bit of a hybrid session. I'm going to run you through some slides talking about what we've seen our customers do. So our good fortune is we host a lot of P21 customers, and they run the gamut from customers who are on very old versions to customers who are on the latest, to customers that are working through those kinks right now. And they're coming to us at times to help them through some of those kinks. What that allows us to do is to try and collect some of the successes, some of the failures, take those battle scars and turn those into knowledge that we can give to other people to try and help folks out, get them further along the way. Because when we were at the WUG, we really realized for the first time that that distribution was very similar. A lot of folks have not gotten fully onto the web UI and are struggling with concerns about their current status. So we pulled our heads together and try to come up with an idea of doing that. And we're gonna finish this. We're gonna start talking through some of the functional items about web UI, project management, planning, change management. And then we're going to shift to some of the technical matters and talk through some of those, and have Brent and Brad here who can jump in about a half hour, 25 minutes, and we can start talking through some of the technical solutions and the technical resolutions to common problems when you are in a migration situation. So let's jump right on in here and talk through that. So speaking to our agenda, functionally and technical. So we're going to start off reviewing the technical architecture of ERP systems here briefly, because that really the language we're going to be using is all based on that. We're going to talk about some planning considerations, how to plan for success. I'd say when we see a company struggling with the UI migration, sometimes the cause is they're doing it very haphazardly without a firm plan. We're going to talk about change management, some of the factors you want to take there to try to make that transition a little easier. Again, another reason that these projects sometimes stymie is that change management issues aren't given their due. We're going to cover, of course, the technical considerations. And really, we're going to wrap this up with a P21 roundtable. So if you have P21 friends who need answers right now, bring them into the room, get them, sit them down on a Chesterfield, and we'll have a wrap session. There isn't a question we won't do our best to try and answer. So let's talk real briefly, give a little introduction to client server architecture. And when we talk about client server, I always go back to the idea of different devices working with different roles that are communicating to one another over a network. All right, and that architecture layer, you talk about your classic elements of a client server architecture. You start at your bottom level, your database, right? All your applications data ultimately resides there. It could be fed through an application server layer. We talk about these as special use computers. We were even talking a little bit about that middleware server with Jordan about how special these special use computers might be in order to optimize some things. And they're normally hosting applications. And the client That's the actual end user facing portion of the application. And you hear two terms that are frequently thrown out there: fat client and thin client. So in a fat client situation, we're talking about where does the program logic reside. And with a fat client, the bulk of the program logic is residing on the client computer. Now, it could also be in a terminal server farm, which is kind of a stand-in for the client's computer, but really it's where are all those files, those compiled DLLs and accompanying files, where are they located? Now, with a thin client, it's really the opposite. It's that bulk of the programming logic is living at the application server layer. The client itself is thin. It has relatively little programming logic. So let's talk then about a two-tier architecture. That's kind of an important starting point, especially in P21. Now, like I mentioned, I came from the Epicor Kinetic environment. Epicor Kinetic has been a 3-tier / N-tier architecture ever since I joined. This would have been 2008, if not sooner, where you had a distinct application server layer that talked to the database and all the clients. Normally, a version of a fat client, but not as fat, let's say, as the P21 desktop client. We're speaking through the application server layer. So learning that P21 has a different application history was really intriguing. So when we talk about the architecture layers of a two-tier architecture, you're dealing with a fat client on one side. All right, so it has a big, large footprint. It tends to be a hog of resources, which is why you end up putting them on terminal server farms, because quite often a real true desktop fat client can absorb so much resource on an individual PC that it makes it hard for the user to use Outlook, to use Excel, to use other competing apps. And that desktop application, that fat client, is speaking directly to the database. You can see here in this little pictogram, you have these desktop clients that are through the network speaking straight to the database. So the P21 legacy architecture was that fat client version with the desktop application, had an extensive business logic footprint that consumed a lot of resources, disk and IO and memory. And it was speaking to that P21 database and essentially, telling it what to do: read, write, delete. All of that was encased in that very simple two-tiered architecture. Now we get to a 3-tiered architecture. Now you have something working a little different. You have that client, which is working through, quite often it's a thin client, or a web UI is a version of a thin client. It's talking to an application server, maybe through like a web server interface, another tiny layer in there. But essentially, the bulk of the work here is happening through the application server. That app server is then taking those inputs, translating them into things to do, and it's feeding the database server. It's telling the database what to do. And now, so the database itself it's receiving instructions from the app server instead of the desktop client. So P21's current version, where we're going right now with the middleware server, right? The user is now interacting with the application through the web user interface. That web UI now is speaking to the middleware server. And now the middleware layer, say that 20 times real fast without spitting all over yourself, it's interacting with the database. So that's that kind of transition we're all finding ourselves working through here. And we should probably talk about a web client architecture, because the biggest difference between a web client architecture and some of the models that preceded them, was even with thin clients, you had some kind of installation footprint on the client computer. Web clients are nice in their purest form. Now there are a lot of little hybrids too that come along, but a web client is part of a 3-tier architecture. The client does not live on the end user's computer. There's no large collection of files that you need to install and keep updated. I came from the Kinetic world, where we had a fat client that was thinner than a desktop because it was speaking through the application server. And still a lot of application server logic was living on the app server, not in the client. The client footprint ended up being pretty large, but in a pure web situation, the client is instantiated in a browser. It only lives in that browser while that browser is running, and business logic still lives at the application server layer. And if it needs to be sent to the user to validate data or assist with entry, it's coming from the application server layer. It doesn't live on that client computer. And so the biggest reason that kind of brought us to this conversation point is that for the past several years, as you all know, P21 has been moving from this 2-tier architecture towards a 3-tier architecture. That means on the server side, we're talking about middleware servers being spun up as a key element to speak to the database. And on the client side, it has to do with adoption of the web UI as opposed to the traditional desktop application. And there's kind of the problem that's inherent in all this. Now, this reminds me of my BMX days back in the late 80s. I can feel for that guy right there. The square tire too, for some reason, feels like something I would have done when I was prepubescent. But what is the problem statement here that we're trying to resolve? And this was something that really became clear to us at the WUG this year. So we're sitting in our booth talking to anybody who will talk to us, sneaking off to eat the free food whenever possible. And what we found in terms of sampling information from people was this idea of an inordinate number of companies still on the legacy desktop client. So in our survey today, this would have been 2/3 of people, and I think that's probably representative. That 2/3 of the people we were talking to were still in some version of the desktop. And I think no one was, people don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to stay on my old software. There are a lot of challenges, legitimate challenges that make moving off of the desktop hard. So they were expressing various challenges to trying to get themselves off of this existing infrastructure and into a more current architecture because of the trepidation due to the fact that the vendor is slowly cutting off support, and support of this last version that supports both the desktop and the web UI is atrophying rather quickly. And so you see customers languishing. Boy, I used a lot of thesaurus words on this slide. I apologize for that ahead of time. So a lot of customers are languishing in this, what I call the last branched version. Is it 2021.1? I think there's another dot after that, .4 perhaps. I get my dots mixed up. But needless to say, it's the last branched version that supports both the desktop client and the web UI. And the number of customers that were on this version was probably greater than last year. So last year, that was the conversation was this was the proper migration path. Get yourself to 2021.1 and work your users off the desktop and into the web UI. And that sounds like a great idea. And that was the religion that everybody had found last year. Now this year, they'd all found it and they had gotten to this spot, but they're not getting forward. They're not moving forward beyond it. So that was kind of the key challenge that we noticed coming out of the event. And we call this the 2021.1 conundrum. And the problem statement, part 2. Anybody see Hot Shots Part 2? I thought Part 2 was better than the first, but I'm a Charlie Sheen guy, so forgive me ahead of time. 2021 is, as we said, that last major release that supports the desktop and the web UI. So you can see in our version here, you have at the top, the desktop version is speaking over the network directly to the database, while the web version down below is speaking over the network to the middleware server layer. All right, so you have this kind of parallel architecture. Now, the good thing about this situation, and this has kind of been the message for the past year or more, is that it allows companies to slowly migrate the web UI to the web UI. Now, you have, say, the most difficult users who have the most complex situations. They might still be on the desktop. They might be due to customization. It might be adoption issues. It could be one of many issues, but they're on the desktop, and new employees come in, you get them on the web. Employees with simple business processes, get them on the web. The problem is, one, it's a cost issue. This is the most expensive option because what you end up with, one of the big expenses in a P21 desktop, 2-tiered design is the terminal serve farm, because terminal servers can only take so many users before they're pegged out for resources. You can only build those things using Brent's early. You can only scale them up so much before you've capped off on users. So you end up scaling out and putting a whole lot of server footprint to support your users. Now, if you're doing that, and at the same time, now you're spinning up and you're dedicating hardware to have middleware server, and most often you're not stealing from Peter to pay Paul. You're just bringing in Mary Magdalene, and you're deploying the middleware server there. So you end up with a bigger overall footprint to support both the web UI and the desktop. So that ends up, between licensing and VMs and extra hardware you may have to be purchasing to support that, or hardware that you could be using otherwise that gets allocated. It's a big footprint. And one thing that we're learning is that as the newer versions of P21 come out, 2021 is not making web UI migration easy, because at this point, it's a suboptimal version of the web UI. The newer versions of P21's web UI are faster, cleaner. A lot of the bugs and little bothers that were present in 2021 aren't there anymore. The problem is, this is the last branched version, so companies are hesitant to get off of it, even though it's not a great version to actually support that web UI migration. So as you can see, it's not leading to a rapid web UI adoption as it was hoped. So that said, we kind of put together some thoughts as, what have we seen work well with customers, and what has been successful in getting folks over this finish line? Because we have that 33% who pulled it off. So the question is, well, what did they do right to make that happen? And given where we're at right now, with 2021.1 slowly running out of support, 2023, those versions of the web UI are considerably faster. And Brent and Brad, I'll have them talk to that here shortly, because they'll be able to speak to it much more better than I can, frankly. But let's talk about some of the planning considerations, because as we mentioned, unsuccessful migrations quite often are unplanned migrations, right? A migration doesn't happen on its own. You need to lay out a path to get somewhere. And one is really assessing the impact and the value, right? There's a risk that is associated with moving to a new version. There's also value that is gained by it. And as the system gets older and older, that curve starts to invert itself. So understanding that for each organization, the risks and the values for every organization, we find quite different. Organizations, I also find, have different comfort levels in terms of their tolerance for disruption. I had one customer, we were talking about whether we were going to do a CRP event for their upgrade. And they were like, nah, I don't think we need to spend that time. The users barely gave us enough time to test it the first time. They don't want to test it again. And I say, well, this means we'll go live, and we may have the possibility of having to vet issues in a live environment that we would have had to vet in a CRP. And they're like, yeah, we'll make that work. We'd rather do that. We'd rather fix it in live. Remember I don't normally test my code, but when I do, it's in production. You ever seen that meme? It's kind of like that. Other companies have absolutely zero tolerance for stoppage. They say, if I can't get orders in, I'm losing that business because the customer is going somewhere else. So we need everything absolutely locked down. So they'll be much more fastidious in the testing process, but also, not surprisingly, the migration process may not go as rapidly. And another key piece here has to do with integrations. And this is, I had given us a presentation once on hybrid cloud ecosystems, and I had this metaphor of a confused octopus, right? Each tentacle, let's assume that an octopus is your ERP ecosystem. Each tentacle is a third-party integration. Good time for it, since we had DCKAP and Web Connect, and they're dealing with third-party integrations. Now, sometimes you have this situation where the tentacles and the head of the octopus aren't moving in sync, right? Sometimes a tentacle lags because the technology gets old, the company gets bought out and they don't do updates anymore, and a tentacle gets lopped off. In another case, a tentacle might move faster than the core system, than the head of the octopus, and it may get lopped off for that. What we see happening is, I had this with one customer where they were getting close to losing Rubbertree as their sales automation solution, because Rubbertree was advancing to kind of post on-prem installation models, and the version that the customer was on, its APIs no longer supported the connections that needed to be made. So Rubbertree essentially was aging out. So the value and the risk avoidance here had to do with, we need to get our core ERP system up to a current version just so we can keep using this mission critical functionality. So this is that idea of interoperability. There's another $5 word for you. The basic idea here is, when everything can work together without disruption, it's highly interoperable. And the older your system gets, your base P21 system, you start to have interoperability issues. So that's a problem. You need to be assessing for that as part of the planning process to make sure that, one, you're not leaving anything behind, and two, that you're doing it fast enough to stay ahead of the tentacles that are getting out in front of you. Now, I think what we've come to understand is that you really need to pick a migration strategy at this point in time based on what we have in front of us, right? We've talked about the 21.1, we've talked about things like 23. You need to have a migration strategy in terms of how you're going to get there. Are you going to do an incremental strategy where you implement on 2021, you get everybody off to that kind of crummy version of the web UI? Or are you going to do more of a big bang where you implement a newer version, 2023, in a test environment, and you work through all of that, and then you upgrade into that new version rather than trying to figure it out in the version you're at? Those are kind of the two options you have in terms of moving to the web UI. Another key consideration I want to talk about is customizations. Now, one of my techs, when we were talking about web UI conundrums, he noted, well, some of the folks who've been working through this, they actually found that there are customizations that they're no longer using. So they scratch those off the list. Why try to fight to upgrade this customization that's no longer relevant? Let's go through everything we've done and see what we can peel away and throw away and say, okay, we don't need to worry about that, okay? So the more you reduce the scope, the more you reduce the risk that this is going to hang you up and take longer than it needs. And another bullet then, when you consider with customizations, have to do with figuring out what will upgrade automatically as a function of the upgrade and what will need to be rebuilt. Now, we've seen a fair bit of those scenarios, and there are some specific steps you need to go through when you push the magic button. Brent spent some time educating me the other day on that magic button in this one version that you need to push before you go forward. And if you go too far, there's a point of no return. It gets fun. He'll tell you all about it. I'll ask the question though. Key there is understanding what needs to be rebuilt, because quite often the critical path items, the big bottlenecks in an upgrade, will be those items. Are they like a type of portal that needs to be rewritten in SSRS or the latest version? I've seen that happen. We've had to do that for people, rewrite their portals because they no longer function appropriately in the new architecture. And we'll get to that, sorting out those things that need to be rebuilt as part of an upgrade and figuring out how you get that done. One key piece is the most key users who are affected by this, right? Some groups, I would see changes happen. Something happens, let's say in the finance area. Accounting is, okay, this is pretty much apples to apples. I'm good. Our system's pretty out of the box, not a lot of challenges. Sales perhaps might have a much more custom situation where there's a lot of special functionality and such, and the migration, the apples to apples, now you're more like an apple to a pomegranate, okay? And oh boy, we got to get this pomegranate back into an apple. And as I had said here kind of earlier in the context of customizations, bottlenecks, updating or identifying your bottlenecks early so that you can jump on them and start attacking them quickly, provided that you want to keep those things, right, is a key to keeping traction with your upgrades. So you always want to be on the lookout for bottlenecks as they surface. Another piece here, it was an interesting fact, is the concept of roles in your P21 system config. And I had Brad and team tell me a little bit about this, when roles and customizations kind of exponentially increase complexity. So you want to figure out, do I have a lot of roles and a lot of customizations? If I have a lot of both, those things multiply into a lot of permutations and combinations that could make for a bit of a testing nightmare. Be that as it may, you want to make sure you go into that open-eyed so that your test scenarios, your test cases may need to be a little more robust to handle all those variables, because what works for Mary and what works for Mark, if you have a radical number of different roles and customizations, may be very different, even if they're in the same department. And here the key, it really is no more simple than constructing a plan. If you don't plan to fail, you fail to plan. I think that my dad told me that once. I think it still applies. I think really putting together an idea of, this is how we're going to go through this. We're going to do an incremental, we're going to do this many testing cycles, we're going to have these people involved, really critical there, and keeping both change management and communication as part of that plan similarly important. So let's go through just a very high level. What does a plan look like for an incremental upgrade? So big thing with incremental upgrades is that you're in a live testing model quite often for customers that want to go through the branched version. And that's, we saw there's a fair number of folks who are in that version where I'm on 2021. We started off, everybody was on desktop. Now we're trying to pull people in to test the web UI version as much as possible. I have found what works well is if you create an adoption plan, and that's where you say, well, okay, so every Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to have people working in the web UI instead of the desktop version. If they run into bumps and issues, then we'll have them scoot back into the desktop version to sort those out and then, of course, raise those issues. But we're going to dedicate some days where people are just going to figure out the web UI, because there's, of course, some of it is functionality and some of it's just familiarity. So getting over that familiarity hump, sometimes you need to dedicate and draw some lines in the sand and say, okay, Tuesday afternoons, you're a web UI entry person. We'll get in there and figure that out. Once you've kind of figured out that adoption plan, we go through that process of doing the deployment, getting the web UI into the live environment, so those can be used in parallel, spinning up your middleware server. So going through that deployment model here, and then incrementally operating in that. So now executing on that adoption plan and flushing out the issues, right? What are the issues that you're coming out of? This is kind of an incremental process here, right? So every Tuesday and Thursday, we have a checklist of issues that we found that gets sent to your IT director or your ERP admin. And the ERP admin, the IT director, they're creating now remediation plans for all those issues. Okay, how are we going to fix these things? Is this something we can throw out because we don't need it? Is it something that should have upgraded properly? Did we miss a step in our upgrade and need to retry that step? Or is it something that we need to actually rebuild? And then you get a task list for your people of what they need to do to get through that. And you keep cycling through that until all of your testing issues have been resolved. And as you start resolving more issues, you start working to increase your users' days on the web. That adoption plan, okay, it was Tuesday and Thursday. Now it's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Now it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, now we're through Friday until they have X amount, 90X% of their time on the web. As you get closer and closer to 90 something, whatever that magic number, you say, okay, by the time we're at 95, then we're going to cut it loose. And we're going to go 100%, and we're going to work through, we're going to figure out some workarounds for what's left. All right, you attain some form of user sign-off to say, okay, everybody knows this is what we're going to start doing. So now you start drawing up your remaining middleware servers. This is, of course, in a case if you have a big enough company that you need multiple middleware servers, right? And I assume most companies start off with a single middleware server for a small group to work. And as you get a larger group, you maybe have to starting to build up those middleware servers, depending on how many users, drawing down those terminal server farms and getting those off of the footprint. Because I think from what I've understood with my tech team, your middleware server footprint is going to be smaller than your terminal server farm was. So it's a net gain in the end. But a key, once complete, you want to plan that next migration, because you're really missing out on the benefits of the latest versions. And these, of course, I sound like a software salesman there. I think in this case, there really are some legitimate benefits between 2023 and 2021 in terms of performance, capability, and how robust and buttoned down these things are. So I think once you get through this, you should hope that the next migration is going to be that much easier, because the migration distance is so much shorter. All right, so that was incremental. Now let's talk about a big bang. Big bang is closer in kind of principle to an original implementation. So some of the same principles apply, right? So if you're going to move to a web-only version from a version that had desktop, all right, in order to take advantage of that functionality and the performance that you're having, you do more of a classic test model. So you would deploy the web UI to a test environment, and in that test environment, now you'd have to process all your business scenarios. You'd have all these business scenarios defined for what you do day to day. And of course, the challenge is, of course, with the end users is this isn't value added work. You're not entering orders in live, right? You're not getting live work done. You're getting essentially throwaway testing work done. Some people, there's a big rub to that. It's one of those challenges you got to work through to try to keep your software current. Beyond working through your business scenarios, your unit testing, your customizations, right? Which customizations upgraded and fell into the right place. You're doing similar with your integrations. How are we hooking into this utility properly and making sure that your integration isn't reacting to the process differently? We find with new versions, sometimes things simple as like a method signature changes number of parameters, right? You go from 7 parameters to 8 parameters, and now the integration that was automating that specific business object blows up. Okay, we got to figure out what's wrong there. Is that a problem with the integration? Was it a custom integration? So you need to open up the project now, add that new parameter, even if it's just like a blank value or what have you. Sometimes it's that simple. Adding that string parameter and assigning it a blank value is enough to make that integration work now, especially if it's something custom. You work through all of those integrations. You do a similar kind of remediation work plan, except it's not as cyclical. It's more, you do a testing cycle, you have a big batch, and then of all those things that you have to fix, you cycle through those now. And you similarly, really important in this stage that you're documenting those remediation steps so that all of those fixes can be applied when you upgrade for real in a production environment. I had that same situation with the customer I previously mentioned, the ones who don't want to go through a CRP event. That puts the onus on the mitigators, the remediators, to document those remediations each time when you migrate for good. Okay, I need to stick these report files in this location to make sure that these custom reports process properly, because they don't get there by default. You have to have that built into your cutover plan. And again, I'm a big believer in performing a mock cutover. Get a mock cutover and regression test your business to make sure everything is there. I tend to find 5 minutes, or 1 minute spent in testing during a CRP saves 5 minutes after you're live. All right, and if that testing has any little issues, you clean those issues up, and then you rinse and repeat, and you go live with that new system. So those are kind of your two options there for how to get yourself there. Now, regardless of the plans, whether you're big banging or whether you're incrementing, there are a lot of little change management considerations that I think are worth talking about. And kind of doing an honest assessment. Now, a lot of the P21 users have a real tight community, so you can kind of compare where you stand to where other users stand with their organizations. And the thing is, what's that organization's tolerance of change, right? This can drive how fast and how far you can go with this upgrade. Something that's a little different but related is what I would call the hammer factor of management. Now, when I've talked to companies that successfully migrated to the web UI, quite often there was some sort of managerial hammer in place saying, we are going here by then, this is happening. We have to figure this out and make it work. All right. There's a sense of finality and definite management support. In the absence of management support, it's really hard to get these projects done. I'm telling this, I'm preaching to the choir, I'm sure, but really this is one of those things you need to have management involved to the degree that they're going to support this process to mitigate the risks and the issues, right? Another thing I like to think about is super users. The most successful ERP implementations, whether it's P21, Kinetic, SAP, whatever, if you have a large community of power users, super users, folks who really want to get into the system, use it well and understand it, the more of those type of people you have in the company, the better. That really helps with adoption, with building traction, critical mass. The more you can find of those, so be on the lookout. Sometimes you have super users in hiding, and you don't really realize that you have the right type of resource out there. You just need to corral them and give them a little bit of extra TLC to get them there. Quite often, if you have an internal champion, someone at the business level, not in IT. I'm talking about someone like, your sales guy. You have someone in sales who's kind of half techie, and he or she is really pushing this as an internal cheerleader to help. Hey, we need to get here. Having someone like that, and so finding if those people are out there and then corralling them, kind of getting them on your side can be huge. You also want to assess kind of the opposite of that. This is kind of the size and impact of what we call the cave dwellers, the cave people. Now, cave, it's an acronym. I learned this when I was in Six Sigma back in the early aughts. Citizens against virtually everything. All right. Sometimes those are the folks who are driving an organization. And knowing that they're out there and trying to have mitigation plans for the tendencies to slow walk things, you need to be assessing that realistically, because I've seen unsuccessful implementations, hinge on a couple of well-placed cave people. Another piece that I found has worked really well is this idea of gauging user comfort levels over the course of the project. So this is the idea of, if you were going to give me a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being I'm absolutely don't understand this new web user interface, to 5 being I am an absolute expert and I could go live tomorrow. Asking people where they are on a 1 to 5 scale has a surprising effect, because it puts a lot of the onus on them, to own up to, what do you think? Where are you at? What do we need to do to get you there? Because if you're saying, well, I'm a 2 right now, okay, well, that's a number we can work with. Now, what do we need to do to get you to a 4? Because you can't, once you've said you're a 2, you can't go back to being a 1, not if we're doing our part. So, and I think that's very helpful. I've seen successful implementations focus a lot on that gauging of user confidence levels. And one half of change management, and this is where kind of change management and project management overlap, is the topic of communication. All right. One is communicating expectations. And I think it's an unfair expectation to say the new system will work exactly like the old. Now, the architectures are different. The look and feel is different. Things will be different in the new system. And you may not always have a case where it's going to be an improvement. You may have dialed in the old system with some Dynachains rules and some form mods, and those things may not have transferred over to the new web UI, and it's just not going to function the same. Sometimes you just have to look that in the eye and say, this is how it's going to be. I understand this is a step back, but overall, this is a step forward. But I'd say don't hide those things, because those festering things like that never help a project move forward. Communicate the reasons. What's the justification for doing this? I think we've talked about these already. Lack of support is one big issue. The fact that now this whole structure you have is costly, and it's antiquated, and it can't go on forever, especially if something goes wrong, right? With the application, you become more and more out on an island. So there's some justification to this whole process to get your entire organization forward. We talk about the plan. Communicate the plan. There's no need for this to be in a bubble to say, hey, we want to start here and we want to end here, and these are the steps to get there. And as you work through that, provide updates. You want to keep yourself accountable, but giving updates kind of shares that accountability to all the people who need to help get you there. And communicate the expectations in terms of, I need you to spend time helping me. If you're doing it on a could you, should you, please, versus and this goes back to the managerial hammer. If you have management helping you hammer out expectations, you can set those much more easily. And I think training and support's a big deal. When I hear a lot of, I step into a lot of old failed ERP system implementation attempts, and they come to us and they say, well, no one trained us. They just threw us to the wolves and said, figure it out. Okay. Use this as an opportunity to retrain your people on the new architecture, so there's no excuse. All right. And then we talked earlier about super users. One additional piece of super users, they're a great conduit for communication. All right, for disseminating information, hopefully positive information about the status of the project and where it's going. And this idea of soliciting feedback is a form of communication, right? Communication doesn't just always have to be me giving you information. It can be me asking for information from you. So it becomes more of a feedback loop versus just a feedback dump. And soliciting that feedback helps with that whole accountability question that you're always trying to figure out. All right. So that was the functional side of an upgrade in terms of the planning, the communication, the change management. I want to now step into some more technical considerations here. And I have my team here, Brad and Brent. So Brad and Brent, why don't you jump in here now, unmute yourself, and we're going to have a pretty free-form conversation here. I would ask the team, or our attendee team, to please submit questions here as you come along, and we'll just start talking through some of these. What we put together here with a bit of a technical consideration for the upgrade path, starting with, say, version 12 and working through some of the subsequent versions to understand, okay, if you need to update a specific solution set, when does it need to happen? When does something need to start? And we're going to have a pretty open-ended conversation because Brad and Brent know a heck of a lot about this application. So I'm going to ask some questions to these guys and get out of the way and let them talk. And please, as things come up, launch those. So Brad and Brent, let's kind of start from the left to right here, and let's just talk about the jet forms, and let's talk a little bit about the history of those and what you need to do if you find yourself on a version where you still have jet forms and you're trying to get forward.
Info maker and compilation. Wow, that goes back a long time. Jet forms goes back to the Acclaim days. Really, the migration for jet forms to Crystal, for the most part, they've been pre-written by Epicor, except for your custom jet forms. So they do have a Crystal package that does require, you can download it from Epic Web. It does require a password. And then there's a script that has to be run across your SQL that takes 2 seconds. Really, I mean, literally, it's a open it and go. And that converts you basically to utilize Crystal reports. However, if you do have custom jet forms, then they will have to be remodified with Crystal reports. They'll have to be completely rewritten. Epicor does not even support jet forms anymore, hasn't in multiple years. Francis, I think Francis has retired twice since then. He is like your jet forms guy. And if anybody's been with P21, I'd say Prophet 21, Activent, and I think he retired during Activent days. But it does not in any way, shape, or form work with the web UI. So I mean, it gives a better, with the Crystal, it allows for modification by the end user, just by simple making the change and saving as an underscore user. So you can change things as you want and need, and don't have to go to Epicor to have that change, and it costs you an arm and a leg, just to have one minor change. On the rules, Brad, Ben?
Well, the rules actually came out. I mean, anyone that's had P21 that and has been going to Insights and all of that in the past, and business rules came out, was kind of launched, I believe, in like 12, 15, 14, around there, right around the time when Activent was bought by Epicor, because the business rules thing had kind of came over from the E10 side of the world. And back then it was, you wrote it in .NET 3.5 was like kind of the starting point. And as the web UI started morphing or coming available, you kind of had to upgrade your business rules. At this point, you'd want to make sure if you have any old business rules that were written in .NET 3.5, that either you have availability to the source code, a full functional spec, because I've seen it where clients are stuck with a DLL. It was a .NET 3.5 version and needs to be upgraded to a newer .NET version for the new web UI. I would suggest that they should be upgraded to 4.8 or at minimum 4.7.2.
Yeah.
I don't write them in anything less than 4.7.2 now when I'm constructing business rules. If you don't have access, if you don't have access to that, there are tools out there that can decompile them with a fair amount of accuracy, not 100% accuracy. You're still going to want a developer to look at it, because when the code is decompiled, it's decompiled based on that decompiler's environment, as far as it knowing what .NET binaries were used or the library files that were used in the rule itself. When it decompiles, it doesn't decompile it with 100% precision. And you're left with still kind of redeveloping the rule. If you had rules that were forms based on the desktop, forget it. They're not going to work in the web UI. They're scrap. They need to be retooled. If you still need the visual aspect of it, you need to write it in as a web visual rule. However, there is a new functionality out that are visual attributes, which I haven't really. I've sort of started the beginnings of playing around with it. I haven't had a use case for it, so just building a rule to just build a rule is kind of, I don't know. You need a use case to really dive into what you can do with it. But the attributes rule basically allows you to pass visual type attributes that might be like a combo box or a drop down list or something. Because one of the drawbacks of the visual rules is it's MVC. It is a web URL. It is a fully functioning MVC kind of WPF web application. It's a mini web application that's using P21 stack, if you will. You can use their template, their hooks, their test harness and stuff for them. The challenges with the web visual rules is if you're in a load balanced environment, it can be problematic. We've run into clients that have had web visual rules where the load balancing aspect of it doesn't do it because the URL is actually hard coded into the database. It's not dynamic. That's point number one. Number two, if the visual rule doesn't return anything, it still flashes a tab in P21 and then closes it. So as a user experience, it's like, whoa, what was that? Or what does that just do? Or is that working right? It just kind of flashes the screen and kind of goes back to it. So there's some weird behavioral issues with the visual rules that can be problematic, and they're complicated to write.
I have a quick
They're
question.
very time consuming to write.
Awesome. We have a question come in here. It says the rewrite of the rules would need to be done prior to moving, for instance, to 22 if using the web UI in version 21, correct? Is that correct? Or are you referring to something else?
Right. So so if you have a form that was a pop-up form on the desktop client, like I don't know, you had example, a user clicked a button or something and a form popped up for them to select a value inside of a data grid on a Windows form or a bunch of fields they could fill out, hit save, and it would close that window and return values back into the desktop client. That same type of a rule has to be converted to a visual rule before you migrate to the web UI, in which case then you will have two versions of the rule doing the same functionality, one for desktop, one for the web, which presents a lot of challenges in itself. Now you're keeping two versions of a rule that's meant for two different platforms. It's tricky. I don't envy anyone that has a lot of forms-based rules in the desktop that got to migrate them to the web UI because it's a large undertaking.
But if you got it fixed in 21, will it migrate on its own now to 22, 23 onward?
Yes, it should. If you built the web visual rule in 21.1, it should migrate to all the newer versions without problems.
As long as it functions within the web UI, it'll continue to function on up.
Now,
No,
I throw that out there with a caveat: test it before. Just to make sure, because there are different bugs that have been along the way with visual rules not returning the fields properly, it passes to the wrong field. There just could be a numerous little quirks that happen. So test it first. And if not, then you would have to debug it or put in a support ticket with Epicor to say, hey, it was working in this version. Why is it not working there? And they
Sure.
may come back and say, here's the solution.
Now let's go back to load balancing for a second here. New question. You mentioned the error regarding the web visual rule while using a load balancer. Is that a specific version or all versions?
Yeah. So if you're familiar with the hooking in a business rule, when you hook in a web visual rule, you have to put in the URL for it in P21 in order for that visual rule to work. And then you hook in all your fields and whatever it is you have to do to to instantiate the rule, pass the values back and forth from P21 to the rule and back again. All of those pieces are part of the MVC rule. That URL you paste in there is stored in a value in the P21 database as a hard-coded URL. The problem that's in the past is when you're load balancing, you're using either a proxy or a forwarder or cookies or something to do the load balancing. You can't use a URL in that visual rule path that is dynamic to the load balancer front end because it won't find the rule. I have not been able to successfully, if someone figured out the secret sauce on that, post it in the WUG or something, because I know multiple clients, and I even experienced it in the past at my previous organization where we had written some visual rules. We had a load balancer across 6 middleware servers, and oh boy, you had to pick one of the servers. Middleware servers had to be the web visual rule launching server because we couldn't get them to load balance.
All right, that makes sense. Now, Brent, at one point when I think we were having dinner with some folks and we were talking about P21 upgrades, and you described one specific upgrade step where you needed to go somewhere in the system config and push a button. All right, so this is my push a button question. Can you tell me about pushing a button?
The magic button that Epicor has so hidden far off that you won't find it unless you know where it is. It is in 21. It is not in 22. So if you do the upgrade prior to this button pushing, you will have to do it with a stored procedure or with a SQL script, which actually takes a little bit longer and has a little more into it. So within version 19, 20, and 21, if you go into system settings, and then go to system setup, and then go to interface, and when that comes up, you're going to go, there's no button. Look at the bottom, and there's a scroll bar that goes all the way to the right. When you go all the way to the right, you're going to see a button that says Migrate Dynachange. When you click that button, it will take literally 10 seconds, and all of your Dynachanges are migrated to the web UI. Now, as Ben always puts it, the caveat to that is that if you make that change, if you do that migration of those Dynachanges to the web UI, everything will still function as normal. However, if you make a change in the desktop version of your Dynachange, it will not be available in the web UI, and you'll have to do it all over again. However, if you make a change in the web UI for that Dynachange, it will never work in the desktop version. So once you migrate, just consider yourself migrated. And if you're going to make any change to a Dynachange, make it in the web UI and, just be done with it. So the other part of that is it doesn't always 100% work. We do have a script that we do run whenever we run that. And what it does, it literally tells us if the dyna changes have been migrated or not, with a yes or no. And if they're at a no, then we have to run it again until it does say yes. I have not had too many dyna changes not eventually migrate or have to redo a dyna change based on going from the desktop to the web. The biggest issue I've had is when folks have gone to 22 and then they want to try to do the migration of their dyna change. It does have a little bit of a sticky point. So, and again, you know, there is a stored procedure. There's also a script to do the migration, but it's a little rough around the edges when you get past that 21 point.
Okay. And when you say dyna change, is this the entire suite of dyna changes or one specific subset are we talking about?
No, it's all dyna changes. Whether it be this word's red and I want this, you know, we have changed the labels to all of our things and they're not default at all. Or there's a note box here, or there's a you know, customer field, you know, a customized field. There's a customized SQL table that's been put in and information goes to that. All of that stuff has to be migrated for it to function within the web UI. And we've had people go, well, I'm in the web UI and none of my dyna changes are there. That's because they never migrated them. Once they migrate them, everything you had in the desktop is going to be there. And that's one of the biggest fears, as we found, is with folks going to the web UI, is they're afraid it's not going to be the same. And it is the same. Things are still in the same spot. You just have a whole lot more options to be able to utilize to actually make your job easier.
Okay, so when it comes to dyna change migration that you've talked about, what is the success rate for the actual rules and changes migrating over without the need for fixes, tweaks, etc.?
Probably about 95, 96%. I'd say. I wouldn't, you know, I'm not going to give it 100% at all, but probably a good 95, somewhere in the middle, 95 to 100. You know, that 99. There's always that 0.1% that's not going to work.
Right.
But I would say a good 95% will work right off the bat.
If you have non-visual rules, yeah, between 95 and 99% confidence.
Yeah. Now, if they're visual rules, that button's not there for that.
Okay, so that isn't included in that upgrade.
No, not at all.
All right. Well, let's talk about portals. We've done a fair bit of portal work and we've upgraded portals and changed them over to SSRS for some customers and others. So what's the success rate on portal migration as part of an upgrade?
The biggest thing is converting them to an SRD, and then your basic portals will actually work. Where before they were in a library file, you know, an InfoMaker library file. But once those are saved as an SRD, they'll work in the web UI. Now, if they're an SSRS, that's a different, that's you, man.
Well, so there actually, I will speak to a couple of cool things when you have migrated your standard library files and pulled out all your portals and saved them off as SRD files. You'd have to open up the PBL file, open up a specific portal and go save as file SRD, and it will break out that portal as an SRD. The nice thing when you migrate it into the web UI that I've noticed in 23.1, I might have been in 22. I can't speak because I skipped. I think I pretty much passed over 22. I don't know. Anyway, in my sandbox is when you pull it in, it takes on some of the characteristics of all the other column tab window or column or data sets in transaction windows, in that you can filter on those columns. You can sort any of the columns in your portal. It automatically adds that functionality, which is actually a really cool tool. And another one is you can take that and go save as Excel.
Yeah, and you know, even with that, with the portals, Brad, just on top of that is that, you know, with the widgets on the front when you first log into P21, where most people would log into the desktop and then they have a portal but then if they need another portal, they have to tell somebody. And then
Yeah.
basically with the new web UI interface, if you have access to that portal, you can add whatever portals you have access to and move them around and situate them the way you want them. You can sort them, and they will all stay the way you left. So there's a
Yep.
whole lot of customization within that.
Yeah. SSRS. If you've got SSRS already, one of the things that I've learned or noticed, and I've actually, it's several of the, the 2 Lake Erie users group sessions I've been to, the chatter is, how do I get SSRS? If you have drills or anything like that, like drill targets or drillable fields and stuff in SSRS, how do I get it to not open up multiple windows and stuff like that? So the challenge is people that are taking SSRS and embedding them as a web element inside of a portal in P21. I strongly recommend against that because P21 loads it as an iframe. And in the HTML world, that's like hated. You can't do anything with it. The formatting inside of it is limited. You're limited with what you can do and customize in the SSRS portal itself. I recommend if you've got an SSRS server, make the portals a menu item. Or if you're going to put them as widgets, make them as linked widgets, where you give SSRS has a little bit of freedom to do things, and it's not so much an iframe because the drill targets and that end up opening on themselves. It suppresses any little JavaScripting you might run in it, and that's not P21's fault. That's the browser fault. That's Chrome adding extra layers of security now, because a lot of hackers and threat actors and that, do things with iframes and stuff. You get pop-up ads, you get all kinds of crap happens. So they just block it all together. So I found Chrome is very limiting on that. So if you're using SSRS, I recommend adding it as a menu item because it launches to the SSRS server as a web UI, and you can customize SSRS to suppress header values and different things, how you want to shape it, but you won't run into the limit of having issues of opening transaction windows in P21 so much. Because that was one of the biggest things is like, oh my God, I'm clicking on an order, it opens up another tab. I'm clicking on an order, it opens up another tab. And if you've got drill targets in the SSRS, it keeps just opening up tab after tab after tab. So it can be frustrating.
Sure. So now when I look over our upgrade path document, I see in version 22 we were discussing the rewriting of DynaChange elements. When would you find yourself having to rewrite DynaChange elements? Is this specifically with the visual form rules, or are there other instances beyond that?
I would say when it doesn't work.
Yeah. If the DynaChange migration didn't work, to Brent's point, you just have to recreate it. So take an inventory of what came over, what didn't, and fix the things that broke.
Gotcha.
And it could be the whole thing, and it could be just a piece of it. So
gotcha. Now, at the bottom of version 22, we talked about customizations. Now, is this, I'm of course not a P21 longtime user, so I've heard of the term custom. Is that what we're talking there when someone's created a custom and that now you have to figure out a way to get that logic to work?
They didn't create it. Epicor did.
Sure.
So it's almost a decision to, do you really need that functionality? Piece. Have they added a module that actually overtakes that? A prime example would be way back in the day with Parker, and people would have so many different customizations based on Parker's requirements that Epicor finally wrote an actual module that is nothing but Parker that coincides with their requirements. So, I mean, those customizations, a lot of those customizations, and I hate to say this for those out there, when you have Epicor write a customization and you pay for that customization, give it about 2 versions and everybody's going to have your customization. They do. They roll it into the next big push out. A prime example would be this report is more than 100 pages. Do you still want to run it? Well, the company I worked for 15 years ago, we had that customization made. And now it's in every version out there. And we spent the $1,500, $2,500 it was to have it put in there. And that was to stop users from running a report so big that was open-ended.
Right.
So, you know, with those customizations, you need to decide whether or not you really want to keep them. And if not, I mean, if you do, then yes, you'll have to go to Epicor and have a rewrite, have a custom rewrite.
Well, so to that point, an example too is the box content label, the label content label functionality in WMS and P21. That was a custom that was built that I worked on the process design for back in 2010, 2011, because the owner of the company I worked at was floored that you couldn't take other packages and put them inside of a bigger package and put a contents label on that box and put the contents on a packing list so that your customer, when they got a skid of all those little boxes, knows what's in what, because it goes to different departments from a barcode. So we worked that in. Well, it actually didn't get rolled into baseline functional. It was a licensed feature that they activated. You had to get the scripts and you paid Epicor for it. It didn't become baseline until I think I want to say 12.15, 12.16. They ended up throwing it in as baseline. But if you're paying, if it becomes baseline, and you would probably stop paying support on it. But any customization Epicor writes, you pay a per annum. You pay a per annum customization support, which is usually like 20% of the original cost of the customization. You'll pay that 20% per year. So you want them to roll it in as quick as they can into the main baseline functionality, because then you stop paying support on it.
Sure.
Yeah, with the GSA, with the government contracts, in 2015, 2016, the government started requiring the barcode to be that way with a 128 QR code, or 120, well, with a QR code or with the 128, where it was a box inside a box inside a box inside a box. And then when they received that one box, they would scan that one barcode, and then it would completely receive every single item in every single box, every single case, because it was just, you know, where you have one big box to 4 boxes to 6 boxes on down. So yeah, I mean, it became a government issue as to why they actually rolled it in there. They had too many people under ITAR that required that functionality.
Nice. I got a new question here that came in. Question asked, what has been the biggest single complaint from clients that have migrated to the web UI? Is there a complaint that stands out above the others?
Yeah, I can't change my colors. And that is the truth. They're actually looking to do that in the next couple of versions or something like that. But yes, that's because I have folks saying the colors hurt my eyes. From a different perspective, really it depends on the infrastructure. Some will say it's faster, some will say it's slower. Most of it, to be honest with you, it's change.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, as being humans, most people do not like change. And once they get used to using it, it's no different than people started going from 1 monitor to 2 monitors to 3 monitors. And when they had 1 monitor and you tried to offer 2, they didn't want it. But once they used it, they went, "Oh, this is the greatest thing in the world."
Right.
So, you know, it's the training side of it. I would say would be the most complex as far as getting folks to say the biggest issue. But as far as in my experience, from going from the desktop to the web UI, There are some things that are different, such as scheduled tasks. There are some things that are in a different place. They've been moved to a different spot, or they've been taken out, but you can add them back in. And it still always rolls back to, well, this is the way it was, or this is the way it's always been. You know, it's I don't want to use the terminology old dog new tricks, but I mean it's moving up in the world. I mean it's going to the next level, you know, to give your business more productivity.
Sure. Now
And-
we're at our extent here of our time. So I'm going to ask one last question here in terms of differences and performance you brushed on quickly. Can you guys tell a little bit about the performance differences between 21 and 23 and what that means technically?
Brad, you know more about the searching bit than I do, so.
Yeah,
That's
one of the
deep.
things I've worked quickly. I've worked with several customers that we just spent hours turning our wheel, squeezing every bit of performance out of SQL Server, and to no avail. You still run a bunch of metrics against SQL Server, and you discover that the longest, most expensive running queries were the search pop-ups, the search windows, item searches in order entry, item searches in item master inquiry, items anywhere where there's a search box was taking a long time because of the way they did the queries in the background and the number of records that it would return. They significantly, they did a major overhaul and rewrite on that for 23.1.
Yep.
Big time. Another one, if you're WMS is its own web app now for the web UI. And you don't even need to do port bindings anymore. Like, you don't have to install the web app piece of P21. You can just install the middleware server and all the web apps are in there. You're just going to do URL port number /Prophet 21 or /P21 WMS. And
Well,
it's a dynamic, sizable web app, and it works great on whatever your device is. And the best thing about the web UI with WMS is it's device agnostic. You're not bound to the old symbol Motorola's that are all dying. You had to USB port connect them to a Windows 7 PC to update them. I know a lot of people that are still hanging on to those devices with dear life that are like scratching their heads. What do we move to? I've made recommendations to clients. Like, there's, yeah.
The Zebra handheld, the Honeywell CK65, because your old scanners, your original scanners will not work with the web UI.
You need Android. It needs to be Android
yeah.
OS and
or
Keyence.
or Apple iOS, which I would not recommend.
Yeah, Keyence is another good device.
Yeah.
I've used the Zebra actually TS21 or TS22 or whatever it's called. It looks like a phone.
Zebra took over the old rugged MC9 9000 series.
Yeah.
So, you know, from Symbol to Motorola to Zebra. As you said though, with the wireless warehouse, and you were talking about with the port binding, you really, there is a way to do this without using port binding and tying it to a single wildcard cert. And within that, because it passes 80 and 443 without having to have a port, you can set that in IIS, and then you just have p21.mydomain.com. You don't even have to put the Prophet 21 at the end. You can have p21 play at mydomain.com or p21 WWMS at mydomain.com.
Sorry, I meant the port binding. If you install the web app piece on the same IIS server, you have to bind it to a different port than the middleware.
Yes,
but you're doubling up the applications you're installing on IIS. So there's no need to install the web app piece. I think that actually came out in 21.1. That was
21.1 or 21.2.
Yeah, it was one of the big changes.
Excellent. All right, fellas. Well, I appreciate all the insights here. We're 5 minutes over here, so I'm going to release our audience here for the day. Want to have a huge thank you to our attendees for being part of this event. Now, we will be presenting out this information to our YouTube site. We'll send some links as those things come. We'll also do some work to try and get the materials from some of these presentations put together, should you be needing any of those. If you have any need for something specific, don't hesitate to reach out to me specifically. I got my email address up there. Would love to hear from you if you have any questions. If you had a question that you wanted one of our team members to answer, but didn't have time to ask, by all means do that as well. And this concludes our Prophet 21 Summit for 2023. Thank you again, everyone, and have yourself a wonderful day.